Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everybody. SME Fest 2025. You said towards $1 trillion SME economy. So if I say SME 2025, you just tell me that. Can we do that? SME 2025 towards $1 trillion SME economy. So we're going to start. Good morning, everyone. My name is Manuel Adigun. This journey started 2023, 2 years ago. We started with accelerating economic growth through SME inclusion. That was the first edition that happened in 2023. And then we progressed to 2024. And usually a great event for organizations to introduce their product stack, feature updates, and major announcements to the ecosystem at the start of the year. So these elements have been carefully curated to ensure a memorable experience that motivates us to think global while building local. To start small, but dream big. Once again, I welcome everyone to SME Fest 2025. Thank you. God bless you.
So still on the theme towards $1 trillion SME economy, we have with us an amazing individual doing great things in the world. And it's a privilege for me to welcome a distinguished leader in the financial services sector, currently serving as the Chief Executive Officer of UCEE Microfinance Bank Limited. She has over 17 years of experience. She has carved out a niche for herself as an authority in the microfinance banking, financial inclusion, digital financial services, credit risk management, and micro and SME portfolio management. She's a visionary leader, and she continues to strive towards innovation and growth within the microfinance landscape. So you can see why she's best fit to be amongst us today. Please join me to make welcome Esther Adiola Balogun. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to be here. I love it when I'm in the midst of, SMEs and entrepreneurs. I like to say that without SMEs, without entrepreneurs, I don't know what the economy of Nigeria would be looking like. And she was asking a question that towards $1 trillion economy. And when you hear $1 trillion, it sounded like, that's such a big, but the truth of the matter is, if you look at the contribution of SMEs in Nigeria today, it's something we can achieve. It's just that, stakeholders need to pay more attention to that sector. And I'm also glad that, everybody's coming around to talk about it. Everybody's coming around. So it's no longer a buzzword to say, oh, SMEs, right? So everybody's beginning to, data, we are beginning to harness data to say, oh, this is the impact of SMEs. And that's why, to some extent, to a very reasonable extent, some of us think it's achievable, only that we all need to stop paying lip service, to that sector and give it the attention that it requires. And again, I want to welcome distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues in the house, to say thank you for coming, and it gives me great pleasure to also honor this invitation. And so I'll dive right into it today. So driving towards $1 trillion economy. And so today we want to look at how my speech would be around how we can help, achieve that particular goal. And while we're achieving that goal, what do we stand to benefit as SMEs? I categorize myself as an SME because I also render services to SME. So what do we stand to benefit? And so as we look ahead to 2025, there's this projection, very exciting projection by IMF and the World Bank, which forecasted a percentage growth rate of 4.2%, for Africa's economy. And you'd notice that this growth is not just statistics. It's like an opportunity that we all need to tap into, and it's a call to action for every entrepreneur, every investor, and even policymakers around the world, and especially in Nigeria and in Africa. I'm very particular about investors and policymakers. SMEs today in Nigeria would have done more than they do today if only there's a friendly environment and we have policies that would also enhance what they do. And so what's the promise of SME in Nigeria and in extension in Africa? We all know that SMEs are the backbone of any economy. Any economy that does not have SME today is a dead economy, and in particularly Africa itself. And so they account for about 90% of the businesses, and they contribute to 50% of the GDP of Nigeria. That's what SMEs in Nigeria contribute. So if you have a sector that contributes 50% of your GDP, then you need to pay so much attention to that sector. And the people or the players in that sector would also need to realize that they can even do more than what they are doing at the moment, and they can also benefit more from the economy. And so because we know that SMEs today, they play a very vital role in job creation, in fostering innovation, and promoting economic diversification. And so, when we harness the potential of SMEs, then we can begin to unlock the wealth of the opportunities that will propel our continent $0.2 trillion, that we are looking at. And so I was looking at, I think it was a publication I saw about 2 or 3 days ago. And, the publication was talking, when we talk about SMEs, sometime maybe about 3, 4, 5 years ago, you're not looking at the tech startups in Nigeria, right? But today, when you look at that sector alone, that tech startup sector, there are unicorns already. And we are so fortunate to have at least 1 or 2 of them in Nigeria today. And so you can imagine, having more of those, that category in the economy. You can imagine what the economy of Nigeria will do today. And also yesterday I was looking at, I think it was a publication where I saw that today you can use your Nigerian card to purchase on Amazon. And when I saw it, I was so excited, and I said, yeah, this is big opportunity even for our SMEs to place their products on Amazon. Today before that publication came out on Amazon, you can't even use any Nigerian, you can't buy anything in Naira on Amazon. So it's beginning to dawn on everybody that there's a sector in Africa, there's a sector in Nigeria that we cannot all throw out, we cannot all take them away. And so how do we achieve, this $1.2 trillion, SME economy? The first thing I want to highlight here is, we need to drive productivity and innovation. We must focus on increasing our productivity. I was looking at, some of the economic outlooks that came out for 2025. And a particular sector that a lot of us have, yes, the government spoke so much about it. I think this government have been talking about it, and some other government have spoken about it, the agri sector. I was looking at the potential that sector itself. And what led me to that research was because of the food inflation that we have in Nigeria. As at January 15, food inflation in Nigeria is about 39.8%. And so that tells you that sector We need to, there's so much everybody. Now, when I say agric, so don't think about the farmers alone in the villages, right? Whether you are a tech startup, whether you are a business person, whether you are in the supply chain, whether you're in logistics, there's something that you can take out of that sector alone. And when I looked at that outlook, I think it was Mr. Biodo Adedipe. I think it was Biodo Adedipe and Co that gave that outlook, and they were mentioning agric, manufacturing, and renewable energy. And I looked at the three of them, and I told myself, I said, it's like bringing together what every SME or what every entrepreneur could do. Today, one of the challenges of entrepreneurs today is what? Power. Even when you have power, the cost of energy in Nigeria today, especially when you're in a place where there's a band A, you're thinking of how do I reduce that cost? And so you look for alternative power supply. What's the alternative power supply? Renewable energy. And everybody today is beginning to think, how can I generate power? How can I source for power? Look at Lagos State. I think it was last month. Lagos State was thinking of generating their power themselves. And so as an entrepreneur, as an SME, you are beginning to ask yourself, how do I take advantage of that opportunity? Most of the states today are beginning to look in that direction. And so I want to, I'm making a speak this morning just to spur us, to help us, to also encourage us that those little beginnings, they are beginning to materialize and they're beginning to yield the product or the impact that we are also looking at. And we know that currently the production capacity of SMEs in Africa lacks our counterparts in Asia. For example, in 2025, it is projected that India's economy will grow robustly at 6%, driven by, India today has a very young population and an expanding tech sector. And so because of structural changes, China is facing a slowdown today. We all know China is not looking so good today, right? And so with growth forecasts, they have a growth forecast of 3.5%. Japan has a very low growth forecast of a 1.1%. So when we compare Nigeria, what's our projected growth rates in 2025? It's 3.03%, which is driven by what? Oil production and refinery improvements. So it amazes me, and I think the organizers, we should also give them that kudos to say, it's early in the year, and I heard, when the first speaker said that they do this every year, early in the year, just to help us realize that whatever it is we need to do, we need to start doing it now. I've listened to so many economic outlook this year, and oil production is not even part of the sectors that everybody is coming out to say, let's look at. So everybody is coming out to say, see, you see this sector that we have abandoned for so long, that is where the money is. I work in the microfinance space, and we used to tell ourselves that, you see all those women on the streets where you think you sell the petty traders, right? That's where the money is in the economy. You remember cash crunch? When there was no cash, who had the cash? They were the ones that had the cash. And those are the people that we ignore. They're also in their own space. We call them MSMEs, right? In their own space. They are little SMEs in their own space. I remembered very well at that time during cash crunch. Some of us would have to go to Balogun market or Idumota market to buy cash from them. As a matter of fact, during that period, if you want up to 2 million naira cash, you will get it from them. So, if we gather here today and say we want to achieve, $1 trillion economy, then we really need to pay attention to those little places. She was giving analysis of, the minimum that, the minimum size of SMEs. And the truth of the matter is, when you bring that 400,000 together with the number of SMEs in Nigeria, at the last time I checked, Smedan was saying I think there were about 20,000 or so. When you bring it together, we're almost achieving the $1.1 trillion that we're talking about. It's just that we do not pay, cognizance of the impact of that sector. And so this morning, I just want to encourage us that even as SMEs, while you're looking at doing your business, you also need to be innovative about it. And part of innovation is also data. A lot of SMEs, we do not keep data. We don't keep record of of our activities. We don't keep record, or we don't do data recording. And because when you keep record of your activities, there's something we call data analytics. You analyze your data, and month on month, year on year, it helps you to understand where in your business or what part of the economy you can diversify into. I'd like to say that as an SME, once you're an SME, always an SME, you cannot remain in one space. There are various opportunities. I was looking at the agri sector, and I was, I wasn't surprised, but I was just wowed to see how we as SMEs, we can use technology to drive agricultural production. I'm not talking about the tractors and all that. I'm talking about, how you can use technology to drive the way the farmers move their products from the farm and they bring it to the city. How you can use technology to help them understand, a lot of people talk about organic food, organic crops. It's technology that they use to produce those things. So we really need to be innovative as SMEs, so that the production we have, we can take, it's maximized. We can produce, goods that are scalable. And, he was talking about produce locally and do what? And give global impact. That is who SMEs are supposed to be in Nigeria. And so, aside from the fact that, the growth rate in Nigeria is very low, Nigeria is also hindered by the challenges of high inflation. I was talking about food inflation as at 15th of January. Food inflation as at 15th was as high as 39% in Nigeria. And so that keeps telling us that whether we like it or not, people will eat. People will I'd rather not buy clothes, but I must feed my family, right? And so, and it also lets you understand, makes you, you need to understand that we need to do something about that sector, that SME sector. So I see myself as an SME, I'm thinking, what other value can I add to the sector to help us achieve this $1 trillion? With having at the back of my mind that at the end of the day, I'm still going to come back to benefit even from that size of the economy. Because the bigger the size of the economy, that means your business is growing, the bigger the business that you have. And so, when we invest in innovation, we invest in training, we train ourselves, and there's this other part of infrastructure. That's a very big one in Nigeria, right? We can empower ourselves as SMEs to enhance the productivity that we have. The positions to compete, it positions us to compete globally, leading to a higher quality product and services that would meet international standards. With the right investments and policy frameworks, I'm very particular about policy frameworks. You can imagine the tax, reform that is coming on board. How many of us SMEs are so excited about the tax reforms? So when you look at some of the policy frameworks, you're asking yourself, so are we thinking about SMEs at all in our environment, in Africa in particular? Are we really thinking about SMEs? And so we can bridge the productivity gap and ensure that Africa's SME, especially Nigeria, will thrive in an increasingly competitive global market. The market is very global. India is coming very, very fast. And so we really need to begin to think, how can I improve my productivity? And so, we need to build quality and scalable products. And the challenge before us today is creating businesses and building quality and scalable local products that can attract global audience everywhere in the world. You can imagine, we have leather in Nigeria, am I right? And so we still go to the US. We still go to, as a matter of fact, we still go to China to buy shoes. Does it make any sense? You know, I was doing an analysis of the leather market in Kano. I think that was in 2023. And when I did that market analysis, I discovered that that market alone is worth over 4 billion naira. That Kano leather market as at 2023. So, what are we talking about? You leave Kano, you leave that leather market, you go to the gold market. You know there's a gold market in Kano. And there are places, and you begin to ask yourself, so what are we stressing? What is it that we need to achieve some of these goals that we don't have? You know, somebody was talking about the Ajaokuta steel, and you know, the person was making so many noise on on Twitter, and I was looking at it, and I'm like, the people you're talking to, they are sitting at the back, they have not heard yet. Until we begin to look inwards and begin to produce those things in here, then we are not ready about what we want to do. And I think this is a call to action for every one of us to begin to look inwards and say, okay, so what can I do? I mean, how can I make what I do locally to becoming to scale globally? And so when we view our products as a product that is going into a global ecosystem. When I say product, it includes services. Whether it is financial services you're rendering, whether you're a tech startup. You know, we want to get to a point in Nigeria where I work in the financial services, and I told myself, I want to get to a point in Nigeria where I don't have to pay dollars for any application that I'm using anymore. We want local people that would produce, invent applications that you would meet that standard. Those things, you know, we go outside there to pay dollars for. We want to get to that point in Nigeria. And the truth of the matter is, it would happen very soon. You know, you're seeing young people, innovators, but there are so many challenges around them. A lot of challenges. And one of the challenges, like I would quickly like to say, is the monkey in the room, funding. That is the major challenge of every entrepreneur and every SME. You know, you talk to a tech startup, you see them, they are trying to raise funds, Series A, Series B, everybody's going everywhere to raise funds. And because the ecosystem is also not helping them, when they raise those funds, before you know it, the funds have disappeared, right? And we also need to encourage ourselves to go further into training. We need to train ourselves and develop ourselves. Because a lot of times what happens is that sometimes we are not ready for what we ask for. That's what I also observe. A lot of times we are not ready for what we ask for. And we really need to prepare ourselves for the future that we see ahead of us. And so, you know, I want to talk about African exports at the same time. The data that I got, you know, when we leverage digital technology, SMEs can reach consumers worldwide. That's the truth. You can reach consumers worldwide. E-commerce platforms. What happened during COVID in 2020? It was amazing, right? Everything you want to buy, you will get it online at that time. And that was the breakthrough for me, for e-commerce at that time. You know, e-commerce, that was the breakthrough. And everybody now is on Instagram. Everybody is everywhere, selling their products, selling their services. I tell someone, I say, anything you want to buy, you don't see online, then there's a problem with our products. Because for me, I feel your presence digitally is also very important. And that takes me back to productivity making the product look global. SMEs need to also invest in branding. You can't take that away. You need to brand your product in a way that is acceptable globally. Whether it is a product, whether it is service you're rendering, you also need to invest in branding. As a matter of fact, you see some institutions, some organizations, when they raise money, what do they raise money? They're not raising the money to to produce the product. They're raising the money to do the marketing of the product. And part of marketing is branding. And so we really need to look at how we can also invest in branding of our product. And so as we embrace e-commerce platforms, the social media marketing, and digital payment solutions, I just told us one now, you know, Amazon. How many of us would like to have our products on Amazon? Everybody. because the market in Nigeria alone is big enough. And because everybody just goes to Amazon, you want to buy this, you go to Amazon. Especially publishers, you want to buy books, you go to Amazon, right? So you have to be innovative enough to say, okay, there's something new on board, I want to join the queue. And so this particular space as SMEs, we really need to harness it very well. If you have to go for digital marketing training, please do. And if you want to employ somebody, you want to outsource it is very important. We really need to do that, for our business. African exports through e-commerce grew by 47% in 2022. And the e-commerce sector is projected to experience a growth of around 11.9% from 2025 to 2029. In Nigeria, that's, it's huge, right? So we really need to look at how to play in that space. And I cannot overemphasize the importance of that space for our SMEs. And as a matter of fact, it is an opportunity for us to showcase our products and services to everybody in the world, thanks to Oga Mark, right? Okay, so let's go back to the place of policymakers and stakeholders. So who are the stakeholders and policymakers? The government, financial institutions, and you'll permit me to stay here a little bit. For SMEs, like I said, the monkey in the room is funding. So sometimes maybe you are not big enough to begin to seek for angel investors, funding from investors outside the country. You just want to look for funding in your local space to do whatever it is you want to do. I want to say that aside from the commercial banks that we know, I want to do a little education around the microfinance banks, and I want us to have a mindset shift. So we have today microfinance banks, and as a matter of fact, the microfinance sector in Nigeria would be 20 years old in 2025, right? There were days where there were cooperatives, and we started as small groups and all that, but microfinance policy. And so I want to encourage us as SMEs, especially if your turnover is around, per annum, maybe around a billion, between, maybe it's still around £1 billion. You need to patronize them. The truth of the matter is the ease of access to funding with them is better than the commercial banks. I've gotten customers who will come and tell me, I've gone to this bank, I've gone to that bank. You keep your money there for years. At the end of the day, you're asking for a loan just to do a project in 6 months and you don't get it. But with the microfinance, documentation is easier. So I want us to do a mindset shift. Forget whatever it is you have known about the sector in those days. The story has changed. I will tell us the truth. The story has changed. So as long as it is a microfinance bank, and I'm going to use UC as an example. UC Microfinance Bank came into the industry in 2023, but we launched in 2024. And part of why we came into the industry is to change the narrative of microfinance banking in Nigeria. Our cut-out goal is to say we want to deal with SMEs. We want to do business with SMEs the way SMEs are, the way we ought to do business with SMEs. And, the bank is coming out of a group that is about 60 years old, United Capital Group. And so United Capital Group is like an investments bank where you can invest in shares and all that. I also want to encourage SMEs to also take advantage of various investment opportunities in institutions that you can confidently say and go back to them and ask for whatever it is you have invested and you get it right. And I can say boldly that United Capital is one of them. United Capital is about 60 years old. Because a lot of times, when the bank is lending to you, the first thing the bank is asking you is, what do you have, right? And so if you have an investment as an individual, it's very easy to lend to your business at the back of that investment. And so today, I also want to challenge SMEs. Part of our contribution to this $1 trillion economy is investments. And funding could also come, from grants too. So you need to open your eyes, you need to open your ears, put your ears to the ground to see, okay, so what grant, I'm in this sector of the economy, what grants can I get to support my business? I also would like to encourage everybody, the moment you borrow, there's something about Nigerians, we don't like to pay back, right? Nobody likes to pay. The moment you borrow, you pay. The more you pay, you are building a credit record. You can say, oh, in Nigeria, we don't have credit records, but we have credit records somewhere. I'm telling you free, for fact. You have credit records. A financial institution will get your credit record the way they want to get it. The higher the credit record you build, the better opportunity you have for, investment. It will be easy for a financial institution to say, I want to invest in your business, because a financial institution that gives you loan is doing what? Is investing in your business. And how do financial institutions invest in your business? I'll collect from Mr. Talabi, collect from Mr. Philip, collect from Mrs. Festus, put it together and say, okay, we want to invest in Mrs. Idowu's business at a particular cost. Remember, that cost that we are investing in is shared with the owners of the fund. So what financial institutions do is to take other people's money and give to one person. And so it's part of how we can also build, because the higher the number of credits we have in the economy, it also talks to the size of the economy, because it tells us that the businesses in the economy of Nigeria, they are also growing. And quickly, I also want to mention that, analysis have shown that only 5% of SMEs in Nigeria, 5 of SMEs in Nigeria have access to funding, formal funding. A lot of people would rather go to their family and friends, or, okay, let's do crowdfunding together, Only 5%. And I think it's a narrative that we need to change. And with this, we cannot change that narrative without improving that percentage. And so this is a call to all financial institutions. UC Microfinance Bank, United Capital has taken on the call to say we want to support SMEs, we want to support entrepreneurs, we want to encourage them to do investment. So I want to call every financial institution, whether you've been listening later or you're here, let us stand up to the call. The reasons why we are financial institutions is to support businesses in the economy. It's not just for us to stay as we want to. That is the goal of financial institutions, because when financial institutions support businesses, then the economy begins to grow. When you have funding, for example, if your total assets or total production, your total balance sheet size is about 400,000, and you get funding of additional 400 million, let me say 400,000 to grow the business. The business grows. As the business grows, the economy is growing. As the business grows, the economy is growing. So this is a call to action for policymakers and stakeholders. And just to also encourage, financial institutions and investors, we also want to, put a call to action to policymakers. We need to encourage financial institutions, investors. I was at an investor conference, and a lot of people were complaining, especially investors outside Nigeria, saying that it is not, the policies in Nigeria are not making it so easy for them to come to Nigeria to invest in small businesses. So it is something we really need to look at. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure that there is a law in Nigeria that speaks about investing in small businesses in Nigeria. I'm not sure there is. So these are things that we really need to begin to look at as stakeholders in the business. And so let's look at investment in infrastructure, especially roads, energy, and telecommunication. I'm sure all of us have heard that telecommunications in Nigeria, they want to increase tariff. And you're asking yourself, this internet that I'm using for my business, how do I manage it, right? These are things that we really need to begin to talk about. I think it was the World Bank that mentioned that infrastructure deficit cost in Africa is approximately about 2% of our GDP. And that's huge. 2% of the GDP is a lot too. And so when we improve these critical areas, energy. When I say energy, it includes power. When we improve them. Energy, infrastructure. When I say infrastructure, I mean roads, telecommunications. When we improve them, we lower the costs of production, we enhance the market access, and we ultimately increase the competitiveness of SMEs. You can imagine somebody bringing their goods. You know, my brother in Aba that has produced whatever, I mean, what he has produced. And sometimes, some of those things they produce in those places are very good, right? So they want to move it down to the city to say, okay, let me come and sell, and the road is really bad. They can't do that. So you look at the cost of transportation, it increases the cost of production, right? Because he would have to add the cost of transportation to whatever cost he's going to sell the goods. And so when we have improved road networks, power supply, energy supply, then the cost of production will reduce to about 25% at the end of the day. You know, I can imagine an entrepreneur who is producing, maybe you're producing water. Let me use that. That's the simplest example I can use. And you know your machines run on power. And you can't even think of, you know, the cost of diesel. The cost of diesel itself for your generating plants is something else. Not to now talk of the cost of power today. You know, I was talking to somebody and I was like, I remember those days. So when we want to buy a bottle of water, in 2023, a bottle of water was not 200 naira. Am I right? It wasn't 200 naira. It was as low as 50 naira. You right? But today, a bottle of water is 200 naira. You know, somebody was giving an analysis. You know these plantain chips that they sell in traffic? Said, how did we get to the point where plantain chips is 200 naira? Plantain chips is even too far. Gala. How did we get to that point? So we really need to look at lowering infrastructure costs and the cost of production for SMEs to achieve this $1.2 billion. And so it would take me back to, you know, the rural areas. Data has it that we have 40% of people in the rural areas that are unbanked in Nigeria. And the internet access, as well as a financial person, I can tell you, want to go to the rural, the Zamfara, the Kano, and all. There are some places that they don't even have internet at all. So to do your service in those places, a whole lot. In those places, they are the most excited about POS business because that's the only way they can access cash. And so because there's no internet access in those places, it makes financial services difficult. And they don't even have naira because they don't have cash until you come buy something from them, from their farm produce. That's when they have cash to pay. So when you're sending money to somebody in the rural area, it's like a burden to the person because the person is asking himself, how do I access this fund? He would have to access the fund at an additional cost. All of us are going through the same thing in Lagos now. You want to withdraw money from the POS, it's at a cost. So you can imagine how much higher they pay in the rural area. So we really need to begin to talk about access to this infrastructure so that life, you know, it makes it easy for us all to achieve whatever it is we want to achieve. And the investment are strategic collaborations that we can make. All right. Thank you. Okay, I'll be rounding off now. So how do we benefit from this $1 trillion economy? It's been said, we, as SMEs, we get the most of the benefits. The contribution to growth, to job creation, innovation is enormous. And we contribute to 76% of the total private sector employment. And so we cannot underestimate the power of SME. And we also need to, like I said, technology adoption. And when we adopt technology, it also helps us drive the efficiency of our businesses. It drives the efficiency of our businesses. The benefits of nurturing a robust SME sector are beyond what we can sit down in this room to harness. But we also know that it would increase our opportunities globally. And it would enhance our revenue as SMEs. It will create jobs. it would uplift communities, and it will foster economic independence. And so a thriving SME sector will stimulate innovation as entrepreneurs seek new ways to solve local challenges. And eventually, it would help attract investments into Nigeria. And when investment comes into Nigeria, at the end of the day, who benefits from the investment? The SMEs themselves benefit from the investment. And in conclusion, I would also like to say that the path to $1 trillion SME economy through agriculture, manufacturing, technology, renewable energy, whatever it is we do, and embracing sustainability, optimizing supply chain, empowering our local communities is not the job of the organizers of this program alone. We all need to come together on this journey. And when I say we, the SMEs, stakeholders, policymakers, financial institutions, we need to challenge ourselves and tell ourselves that we really want to do this. And I can say that the future for achieving the $1 trillion economy, $1 trillion SME economy is just very, very close by. And by this time in 2026, when we are gathered here again to discuss, it will be way, 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 it will be way bigger than the $1 trillion. We would have told ourselves that, yes, we spoke about it, we actioned it, and we were able to achieve it. Thank you very much.
Okay. The video presentation is by Mr. Tobe Nnadozie. Tobe Nnadozie is a seasoned professional with a passion for innovation and digital technology, with diverse background spanning the private and public sectors, with over 2 decades of experience. Starting his career journey in the oil and gas sector, he transitioned to serving the federal government before dedicating nearly 20 years of to the financial services industry, holding senior management positions in banks and insurance firms. He has honed his skills in retail and business banking, transaction banking, and risk management. Currently, he serves as the Divisional Head of Technology and Innovations at Central Securities Clearing System PLC, where he spearheads efforts to drive technology advancement and foster innovation in the financial services landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we welcome the presentation by Mr. Tobe Nnadozie. Thank you very much.
Hello and good morning. I want to welcome you to the SMEFest for 2025 as we talk about $1 trillion economy. This is like the direction most businesses, most organizations, and even the government is looking at. I was at the Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers conference a couple of months ago, where that was the focal point of all our discussion. How can we raise this economy to a $1 trillion economy? And one of the things that came to light as we began to look at it is that the government alone will not help us achieve this. This goal can be achieved as we work with more businesses to get raised, to get organized to the point where they can contribute much more to the economy. And entrepreneurs are at the forefront of this growth, because if entrepreneurs don't step in, we'll do the same things we've always done. The government cannot lead this change. So here we are at the SMEFest for this year, speaking to entrepreneurs, various types of entrepreneurs. And the focal point this year is to make you believe that you can step up. Are there opportunities? Yes, we've seen various opportunities that show that the Nigerian economy can grow easily to be $1 trillion. But let's talk about your business. Let's talk about you. We're looking at this session, and I'm happy to be speaking at this session. I want to thank our organizer, Jasper, and thank the entire team of the SMEFest, SME Hub, for organizing this program and being consistent with this program. I also want to thank all the sponsors. I would have loved to be physically with you, but I'm sorry, I'll be speaking from where I am today. And I would still try to, hit on some of the things which I believe would help us to build this economy and help you to build your own business. I've been involved in building businesses. I'm on a couple of boards that work with entrepreneurs to raise funds or to organize the structures of their businesses, or even to fund ideas to make them to become fruitful. I've seen a whole lot of ideas change. I've seen businesses growing massive rates over the course of this, over the course of my being involved in retail businesses and in SMEs. So this morning, or this afternoon, sorry, I'm going to be speaking to you on from 0 to 1 million, building courage, competence, and character. From 0 to 1 million, building courage, competence, and character. As we look at from 0 to 1 million, we're talking about how you can grow in such a growth rate, like my wife would always say, that people would see it and believe this miracle is a lie. You know what that means? That means growing in such a way that people will look at what you do and they would be, it's almost impossible. I've seen it happen. I know it can still happen. So from 0 to 1 million, what are the things you need to look at for you to build the competence, the character, and the courage required to grow your business? Number one, the bucket of opportunities. The bucket opportunities. That's the first thing you need to look at. Bucket opportunities, what do I mean? You need to check what exists within the opportunity bucket you currently belong to or you currently are in. So let's give an example. If you are a leather business and you look at the opportunities that you are in, what type of leather do you use? What type of people, clientele do you have around you? Because the truth is that whatsoever exists within that bucket is the maximum you can grow to. So if your bucket of opportunity is not big enough, what you need to begin to do is to look for how to grow that bucket of opportunity. So what is the bucket of opportunity within which you're operating today? If you're going to go from 0 to 1 million, the probability that the growth will come from the bucket of opportunity you belong to is very high. So check your bucket of opportunity. The question is, if your bucket of opportunity is not big enough, the capacity within that bucket, if the growth potential is not big enough, what do? Then you need to look for how to enlarge that bucket of opportunity. How do you extend the bucket of opportunity? If you need to be in multiple buckets of opportunities, be very conscious of not forgetting the reason why you're in the bucket of opportunity. Sometimes people go into groups, associations, professional bodies, and they go in there for political reasons alone, forgetting that there is a reason why you are there, to build your professional competence or to expand the scope of the opportunities you have so that you can leverage on it to grow your business. So the bucket of opportunity is very critical. As you're coming into 2025, if the bucket of opportunity that you belong to cannot give you the growth potentials that you need to begin to look for new buckets of opportunities. It's either you migrate to a new bucket of opportunity, or you extend or you expand, belonging to multiple, or work with the people within that bucket of opportunity to grow the bucket of opportunity. Someone would ask me, how can I work with the people within the bucket of opportunity to grow it? I've seen it happen. I've worked with some group of farmers who, had a particular finite, a small space of land where they were doing their farming. It was an association, but they needed to enlarge it. So they came together and they came to meet us, and we worked with them to be able to, buy more farmland and, be able to pay for the tractors that were able to go to the land and prepare the land, a fresh land for them to continue to do. So that's growing the bucket of opportunities. Do you have people who you have done business with that you can come together, pull your funds together to make more publicity, to bring people in? Maybe because if you go on your own, you may not be able to do the right type of opportunity, whatsoever it is. Anyway, look at the bucket of opportunity you have today. Do a SWOT analysis and see if that bucket of opportunity is big enough to give you what you need to have. The second thing I'll speak about is the bravery of the optimist. The bravery of the optimist. If you are going to grow, you need to be brave. Let me tell you, if you want to remain comfortable within the zone you have always been, then you are not brave. You are not optimist. You are not going to step into new zones. You're not going to step into new trajectories to grow what you already have today. You need to be brave. You need to take risk. Like we always say, low risk, low returns. High risk, high returns. For you to be able to grow what you do, you need to be brave. You need to be brave to take some risk. This is the time for you to take risks, especially young people in business. Why are you afraid? This is a time for you to take measured risks. Just make sure that even if you fail, where you land to is not too low that you cannot come up back again. But let me tell you, failure is a part of learning business. I'm telling you, because there are things you learn in failure that you may never easily learn, even in success. So Take the risk. If it works out, let me tell you, out of 20 ideas, that's one idea that works. Maybe the one idea that will transform everything you do. But if you're not brave enough to make that one change, how will you be able to see the possibility and potentials in those opportunities? So the bravery of the optimist. This year, 2025, we are going to grow your business from 0 to 1 million. You need to be brave. The packaging you've always done is giving you this type of growth, but maybe it's time to change your packaging. Maybe it's time to call someone to rebrand you. Maybe it's time to work on your social media presence. Maybe it's time for you to exit some people who are your partners in the business, who are not giving you the right type of value. Maybe it's time for you to launch into new e-commerce spaces and begin to market that thing which you have. Maybe it's time for you to go into the diaspora business and begin to market what you have to countries outside where you have been operating. Maybe it's time for you to rent a bigger place to do your business. Maybe it's time for you to begin to maybe get into other aspects of your business. You're a fashion designer, you've always sewn, leveraging on the community you belong to sew. And if the community is not sewing anything special, it affects your business. Maybe it's time for you to start expanding. Maybe you should go into uniforms. Maybe you should do various other things. That business that is almost becoming comatose, what is the use of letting the business die? What is the use of letting the idea die and still thinking you are comfortable? It's time for you to be brave. Take the move. Number 3 is the boundaries of the organized. You see, one of the things that this topic from 0 to 1 million, one of the things we're talking about is building character. How much integrity do you have in the things you do that people can trust that when you say this is it, then it is it? The boundaries of the organized. Businesses thrive when there is integrity in their business. If you don't have integrity in your business, you will not be able to survive the storm. Integrity is very critical because when the chips are down, people trust that you are honest enough to help them to pass. People, move with businesses that have integrity when there is crisis and when there is calmness. You need to grow integrity. How do you price? Do you do hanky packing in your pricing? How do you price the things you do? Are you consistent in your pricing? Now, there's premium pricing, but if you are going to deliver a premium price, then you need to deliver a premium product. So there need to be boundaries around your business. One of the reasons why African and especially Nigerian businesses are not growing is people find out they don't have integrity. I'm on the board of a company that works with Nigerian businesses or individuals who want to do export, and quite big. It's just a shame that the business is growing in many other countries like Cameroon, like Benin Republic, like even Togo, Rwanda, and all these other countries, rather than growing in Nigeria. Why is it not growing in Nigeria? It's not growing in Nigeria because we find out that when a Nigerian says, oh, I'm going to deliver cashew nut, I'm going to deliver wood, I'm going to deliver charcoal to you, they are almost always trying to fake, to present low quality materials. It's just a shame. And so it's easier for us to go into other countries. In doing business here in the country, what we've had to do is to employ quality assurance. And, people who do quality assurance to go and check. That's an extra layer of costs that could have been avoided if only people had integrity. Put in integrity in what you do this year so that people will believe in you. People will be able to trust that if you bring out your products, it delivers the right. If the moisture content is wrong, deliver the right moisture content, deliver the right density per kilogram. Do what is right. Follow the standard. When you follow the standard, your margins may not be big enough initially, but eventually your margins will grow. If we're going to grow from 0 to 1 million, then we need to be organized. We need to have boundaries. Then the benefactors of the obedience. Let me just, the obedient, now I'm talking basically about obedience to God. There's always a God factor in everything we do. And whether you like it or not, just believe it. Someone was saying the other day that, well, I don't believe in God. I don't do all this. And someone was asking him. It's just like, someone coming to meet you and saying, I don't believe you are dressed. You are naked. And you're like, what do you mean? He said, because I don't believe in it. I can see you are dressed, but I don't believe in it. Anyone saying he doesn't believe in God is just like someone who is not wise. There is a God factor. There is someone who has designed this earth. There's someone who has designed the world. There's someone who has designed the solar system. It did not just come into being. Things as complex as this did not just come into being. It's the fool that says in his heart that there is no God. There is a benefactor for the obedient, for those who are trusting in God. And your trust in God will be a catalyst, an accelerator that can move you ahead of the pack, even today. There's a reason why we are called children of Abraham. Abraham was obedient to God, and God was his benefactor, and God bless him. Like we always say, he whom God has blessed, no man can curse. That was the promise that the Lord, through even a prophet who wanted to fight Israel, gave to Israel, the benefactor of the organized. If you are going to grow your business, one good way to grow your business this year is to walk with God. Hold God so closely. Trust him. He will give you ideas that will expand your business. And let me tell you, walk with people who walk with God. A particular friend of mine who was into the distribution of, drinks and all that. One day I was just worried about her business, and I called her and I'm like, please tell me about your business. And it was then I realized that she was shutting down her business. She had shut down the first, she was about to shut down the second. I was worried in my spirit about the business. And I spoke to her, and well, she told me, well, I'm tired. I can't do this again. I want to go and look for a job. I want to go and do this. I said, no, that business, I'm worried. And let's pray together. We prayed together, and I called her. I said, see, I believe the Lord wants me to invest in this, your business. Don't shut it down. That business that she was to shut down today is bringing out in tens of millions of revenues regularly every month. And the business is thriving today. She's now one of the biggest distributor of drinks within the place where she is. Now, the friends you have would most times determine what you get from your benefactor. There are times you may not get that perception. There are times you may not get that leading in the spirit. But if you are with the right type of people, if you want to go from 0 to 1 million this year, the people you have around you, maybe the people who will get the leading that will prompt you to get what the benefactor has for you. So as we talk about the benefactor, number one, be friends with God. Number two, be friends of friends with God. Number four, and number five in the list of things which I think you need to do is the blessing for the open-minded. You need to be open-minded. You can't just keep doing the same set of things you have always done. As you take the risk, be open-minded. When you're open-minded, you would be able to see opportunities that are coming your way. Be open-minded. Learn to listen to people. You've spoken enough this year. This is a time to listen to people, to see what you can do. Listen to your customers. Listen to your suppliers. Of course, listen to those who speak sense. There are things many people say that may not make sense. It's better to be silent. In the book of Proverbs, the Bible says that the silence of a fool will make the fool to sit in the places of wise men. I'm telling you, if you are wise, learn to be silent this year. Listen to people, be open-minded, and as you are silent, plot your strategies. Many people speak about their strategies before the strategies are concretized, and the strategies are stolen, or the strategies end up not even making sense. Speak only to those who can add value to your strategy. Be strategic this year, and you would be able to grow. Then the balance required for the outstanding. If you are going to go from 0 to 1 million, one of the things you need to realize in business is this: as an entrepreneur, every time you move up, you need to increase your minimum level of minimum level of fall, or minimum level of, you understand, degradation. So that means if your business is, let's say, let's just for discussion's sake, a $10,000 business. If your business is a $10,000 business, you need to raise your minimum level of fall so that no matter what happens to the business, you cannot fall below, let's say, $5,000. If it grows to a 100,000 business, you need to raise the minimum level of fall to maybe $50,000 or $75,000, so that even if the business falls, or for any reason you take a wrong decision, it doesn't fall below a certain point. What do we mean? That balance is required. I'll give you an example. In church the other day, I was telling them that, our finance committee, you need to make sure that we have a minimum amount always in the account. Why? If certain eventualities happen and we need to get into the church account, there must be a minimum amount of cash that is there. The reason why God is giving us an opportunity to get in more offerings is because he knows that we should be able to weather certain type of storms. You need to build buffers to ensure that your business can pass through certain type of storms and come out without being destroyed. That will involve increasing your scope of business, maybe expanding into new business line, especially using the value chain approach. That means if you do this type of business and there is a side business that is closely knit, that will not increase your operational costs. It's time to begin to look into it. Begin to create that right type of balance. It may mean you need to start removing key man risk. It may mean you need to start increasing the minimum deposit in your account so that at least you can pay salaries for 6 months, including paying yourself if anything happens to the business. And as the business begins to grow it from 6 months to 1 year, grow it from 1 year to 2 years. The organizations today that have real cash buffers of paying salaries of 2 years, so that no matter what happens to their product lines, they know our best staff will remain paid at least for 2 years. That balance is required in business. One of the reasons why many people crash in business and crash so low is because they don't put this into mind. Let me talk even to you who is working, who has a job. You need to understand that we pray nothing happens to your job. But one of the things you need to start building into your job is this. You need to start making sure that you start keeping enough savings, especially those of you who are married and have kids, or you are planning to get married. Start creating buffer savings. What are buffer savings? That if anything happens, if we run into a project that is going to take the whole of my salary, do I have 6 months savings to enable my family to survive? If we do nothing, do I have 1 year savings? The higher you make this to become, the more balanced you can be, and the easier it will be for you to take certain type of risk. Don't run your business or run yourself to a point where if anything shakes you, you become a beggar easily. Anybody that easily switches from being a benefactor to a beggar because of vicissitudes and challenges in business or in life, it's not organized, it's not balanced. Build the right balance to your business. If you are going to grow from 0 to 1 million, it means that no matter how much you fall, there is a level you cannot fall below. No matter what happens, no matter the storms, there is a level you cannot fall below. And it's scriptural, when Joseph was appointed by Pharaoh to handle the famine in Israel, one of the first things he started doing, even when there was a time of plenty, was that he started keeping things in the store so that when the famine came, he had enough to be able to take Egypt and actually the bulk of the world at that time through the famine. If you don't keep savings, if you don't create that balance, if you don't expand the scope, then you won't be able to easily pass through storm. And it may be difficult for you to move from 0 to 1 million, because if you had, let's say, 900,000, for example, of this 1 million, and anything happens, where do you crash land to? Let your crash landing be to a safe point that you can pick up. Never start from 0 every time you come down because there's a product mismatch. The customers are not buying, there's a pressure on demand is low and all that, or suppliers are not supplying. Never crash land to 0. Increase the level at which you fall so that when you want to bounce up back again, you don't start building from scratch. Finally, the bankrolling of our occupations or our businesses. Bankrolling. How do you get funding this year as you move from 0 to 1 million? Now, of course, there are different ways. I'm sure in this program, if you were here 2 years ago, we had someone who spoke about different ways of raising funds and finances. And we have organizations who are sponsoring this program who would also tell you how to raise finances. But let me talk about 3 things as we talk about bankrolling of our occupations. The first thing I want to talk about is the bankrolling of your ideas. The bankrolling of your ideas. Now, the truth is that every Tom, Dick, and Harry will not believe in your idea. So when you have an idea, you have to go to the easiest places to raise funds to be able to bankroll that idea. What are the easiest places to raise funds for ideas? Then you need to look for family and friends, or look for a mentor. That's why if you've not built a relationship over time with people who can fund your idea, this is the time for you to start building that type of relationship, because ideas are not funded most times based on the ideas alone. They are funded based on 3 things. They are funded based on the relationships you have built. They are funded based on the ability of the people who want to fund those ideas to resell whatsoever is built as product from the ideas over time. That's where venture capital comes in. Number 3, they are funded from someone who has empathy in what you do. So number 2, raising venture from those who are opportunists, who would look at how to make sure they can resell your idea. It may be difficult for every idea you are building, but from relationships and from those who have empathy, you need to start building that right type of relationship with them. And you need to start building, call it a history of success over time. If every idea you have always brought out never succeeds, it's difficult to be able to convince someone that an idea which you have will succeed. So start getting involved, even if you have to work with somebody who has been successful, to bring up series of successful ideas. Number 2 is industry, bankrolling of industry. That means this is working, this is selling, I can see what you are doing. If you are into if you want the bankrolling of industry, there are various ways now. I would just advise you to be careful. It's better to raise funds from maybe private placements and all that today than raising funds for commercial banks, because of the high level of change in the interest rates that has been happening. And please be careful with taking foreign currency denominated funds at this time because of the issues we're having, even though we're beginning to see a balance in terms of that. The third thing is the bankrolling of impact ideas or impact investment, like the name is called. That means you want to do something, it may be not for profit endeavor and you need it bankrolled. There are a lot of bodies who are bankrolling this. I think that's one of the fields which many Nigerians have not entered into. Green ideas, things that will change lives, and financial inclusion. There are a lot of organizations who are really banking, supporting and giving funds. And the beauty of these funds is that they are mostly grants. If you want to grow from 0 to 1 million, look at these type of opportunities. You have an idea, you have an industry, or you have an impact, things that you will need. Industry can be as small as making shoes. Industry can be as small as making belts. So when I say industry, don't think I'm expecting you to build a warehouse. That thing which you are doing that is rolling out product or a service, it's an industry for you. There are various means of financing it today. So you have various means of bankrolling, but just be careful so that you can manage your costs. Ladies and gentlemen, from 0 to 1 million, building character, competence, and courage. I hope you've learned from this. I pray that as you go into 2025, that's your idea, that's your business will grow. And please, as you grow, build the buffer so that if there is any shake, you never come below a certain point. Thank you very much for listening to me. And I want to thank the SMEFest 2025 for this session. God bless you. My name is Tobe Nadozie once again.
We'll be going on to the next section, and in the next section, we'll be bringing up our panelists to actually walk us through this journey of discussion on how we can move towards a $1 trillion economy as small businesses. And without further ado, I will do the honor to welcome our first speaker. Seyi Olorunrotimi is a passionate African entrepreneur, business coach and mentor, versatile learning facilitator and consultant, and also a social entrepreneur, a multi-award winner. Seyi is the founder of the MSME Africa, an enterprise support organization and social enterprise working at the intersection of capacity development, community building, and of course in media. Please, with a rounding applause, can we welcome Seyi? Mr. Seyi, you're welcome. All right, next on the line, we'll be welcoming Professor Victor Odumuyiwa. Oh, Seyi. Please, pardon me. The next, we're going to be welcoming Prof. Victor Odumuyiwa. And Dr. Victor is an associate professor at Department of Computer Science and acting director of the NITDA Hub, University of Lagos, Nigeria, where he is building a technological innovation ecosystem within the University of Lagos. He's a techpreneur, digital innovator, and researcher. In addition, he also develops reasonable artificial intelligence systems for natural language processing with the application in sentiment analysis, recommender systems, log mining, cybersecurity, and of course in education. With a rounding of applause, let's welcome Professor Victor Odumuyiwa. And next in line, just very quickly, we'll also welcome Ms. Bernice Ofuri. She's a startup lawyer, founder, and lead counsel, Cardinal Counsel, a law firm dedicated to providing comprehensive legal services to startups and, of course, emerging businesses across Africa, with expertise in business incorporation, contract negotiation, intellectual property, and corporate governance. She helps entrepreneurs navigate legal complexities, mitigate risks, and build scalable, sustainable businesses. A member of the Nigerian Bar Association She's passionate about supporting the growth of SMEs through tailored legal solutions. She regularly speaks at industry events, and of course, she's here with us. Please, let's give her a round of applause as we welcome her. All right, next in line, we're going to be welcoming one of our speakers. Of course, our first speaker for today to also join us, Ms. Esther. Please welcome her on stage with a very, very loud applause. Thank you so much. All right, with all these amazing speakers, someone is going to be leading us through the section. It's no other person but Mr. Emmanuel Amogu, a digital media expert who is passionate about innovation, storytelling, digital transformation, and community building. He is the co-founder of CIO Intern City Hub, empowering young talents, tech talent through hands-on project-based learning. And as a host of tech rounds on Tech Build Africa, Emmanuel engages with leading minds in the innovation ecosystem, driving impactful conversations, and also known for his dynamic event hosting skills. And he'll be here with us doing a fabulous work of welcoming and walking through these amazing panelists. Please, let's welcome Emmanuel Amogu with a round of applause. Please, let's make it louder until he gets on stage. Thank you so much, SMEFest2025. I'll hand this over officially to Mr. Emmanuel Amogu. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You're so kind. SMEFest2025. Yeah, I'm very happy to be here. This is actually my first time. And I happened to meet the host of this event on LinkedIn. We've discussed on LinkedIn. We've worked on LinkedIn. And, I mean, the world is global. So he was like, okay, Emmanuel, can you come over to SME Fest 2025? I was like, well, I've heard about it, and I would love to be here. And it's actually a privilege to host a panel of top minds in the industry, in the ecosystem. I know some of my guys here, so I feel so humbled to be leading this panel session. Please, a round of applause for our panelists again. Thank you very much. And I would want to start this panel session by just a short story. So just over the week, I was going through the internet. So there's a way I browse my own. I browse both on social media and on the search engines itself. So I saw this a video, a short clip of the Alibaba pitch while he was pitching to his friends. So before I start, some of the big businesses you see today are born from just normal, like, friendly conversations. They didn't start so big. So he was talking to a couple of friends, and he used the scenario of America, the US, how they were like having a monopoly of the markets, the things they were doing and building globally. I was like, guys, we can do something. We can beat these guys. We can beat these white guys. And he told them there are some mindset shift they needed to have to be able to compete at that level. And that one of the mindset shift was not having a 9-to-5 mindset. So how many SMEs do we have here? If you have a business here? Okay, very good. So it was like, you don't need to have a 9-to-5 mindset if you want to build to compete at that level. So he encouraged the friends to have a different kind of mindset. So he told them, let's put resources, let's have a mindset shift, and we can beat the US guys. Today, Alibaba is a unicorn. Yeah, they were able to do it. And some friends, and all your friends will not buy into your ideas, just so you know. So when you pitch to your friends, some of them will see it as the crazy idea, but some would buy into it. We've seen that in the cases of maybe Mark Zuckerberg and the rest of them. So you have to be resilient in the ideas you have, in your vision that you have. Today in Nigeria, we have unicorns. The first one was in 2002. That's with InterSwitch. And there was a span of gap. And over time, we've had all the unicorns come on board, the Flutterwave, OPay, and just recently, Money Points. Please, a round of applause for Nigerian startups. We are doing a lot. And what has helped this growth is innovation. And we're going to dig much into innovation. So I'll just move into the panel session directly. Yes, so we live in a world that innovation, technological innovation, has amplified the way SMEs are growing. So it's not just startups. So when we say startups, we mostly talk about people in the innovation space, but SMEs have to leverage technology too. We'll get into that. And please, you're welcome to this panel session. And it's going to be very, very interactive and insight. I'm very sure we're going to get that today. And the first question that we have, so I'll most likely throw the question based on the the spaces that we operate so that we can get the best answers. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to them. So the number one question is the role that innovation plays. I already gave insight about what innovation is doing. So what role does innovation play in enabling African SMEs to scale rapidly? And how can entrepreneurs contribute to this transformation, the role of innovation? Doctor, do you want to take that question? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, I'll just give it a try, and others can say something. Yeah, definitely innovation is playing a very important role. Generally, people will say you have to innovate in your business model, innovate your idea, different other things you have to innovate. We all know about, there are different dimensions of innovations. I'm not going to go into that. And there are different stories around innovation. But just a little one, you know about this movie stores, which in those days, maybe your generation did not go to rent a VCR or those kind of things. So, and everybody was thinking that you produce a movie, is that go to the theater and then make money, or you produce CDs, or you produce whatever and make money. But you know, today it's not about that, to make money from your content. You make it free for people to watch. And that it's not the watching that gives you it's the amount of people that generate money from another way. So constant innovation is needed for any business to move forward, to progress. And not only the innovation you bring to your own business, but innovation around you as well. For example, today we're talking about AI. ChatGPT came and made everybody to understand how important AI is. You may not have an innovative idea beyond what you have been doing, but how do you leverage innovations out there to better your business? So if you sit down and everybody's talking about AI, you don't look at how AI can help your own business, then very soon they will kick you out. You'll be out of business. So innovation is important, either the one that comes in within your own business, or the ones that you see around that you can leverage on. It can always take your business to the next level. And to start with, one of the things that is important to do is digital transformation. Whatever you are doing, if you cannot enter that digital space now with your business, I don't know, you may be out of business very soon. So that's an innovation that is on, and you have to key into it and be part of it, and it can help you to scale your business. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Can we have a lady in the house throw more light on innovation and how it's helping so far? Okay, thank you.
Okay. So maybe I will not be abstract. I would talk about my business and just reference it. So I'm a lawyer, right? And one of the things that you see is that there are traditional law firms and how we provide services. People come to the office. In fact, our policy or our RPC says that people have to come to the office to provide legal services and all of that. However, when I started my business in 2021, right, it was, how exactly do I grow this business? You know, I had to leverage technology because I was a young lawyer starting a law firm straight out of NYSC. It would be difficult for me to start writing proposals to all of the companies come and, you know, but what I used was the technology and innovation available, and that was one aspect, which is social media, right? And with that, right, I didn't need to rent an office space. I didn't need to have a lot of things. I didn't need to have a big capital to start. I just started with social media in my father's house. And now, yes, we have an office space, but still, I'll tell you that 90% of our clientele come from social media. We don't do so much. It's just post and people look for you there. So if you're thinking about technology and innovation, don't think about, oh, I'm going to build this solution that changes the world. How exactly can you deliver your services that would make it easier for somebody else to patronize it, right? So people come to the office, I'm in the office, and then you see somebody say, oh, I saw your ad on Google, right? That thing works. So a lot of people should understand, and I like to say that the businesses we are building are digital businesses. Yes, you have, a space is important, but the truth is you have to understand the level that we are right now. How exactly can I attract clients, right? You have to use technology. How exactly can I retain those clients? You have to use technology. How exactly can I manage my internal operation? You have to look for the available technology to use. So sometimes we like to look for, oh, I'm building legal tech. Yes, that's what we are now, when I look at the solutions that we've built over time. But that clarity did not even come at the beginning. I didn't know that we would have to build a legal tech solution. But as I started seeing that technology and innovation could scale our operations, we started looking towards that direction. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Well said. And about innovation, so I think before now, you literally had to like get an office space to run your business. But with the rise of innovation, you don't need a space. What you need is a digital space. Am I correct? So you can be in your home. Your home can be your office. You're not paying rent, just the rent. You're not renting for living and then renting for a shop. So you can be wherever you are and you run a business and you can be a startup. And that's what matters. And that's what innovation is doing. It's actually very, very massive. And then we are playing on a global space. So I don't want to say much. I'll go to number 2 question. So we'll look at the hurdles that we have for SMEs. So what are the biggest hurdles SMEs and startup face in scaling, and how have you and your peers successfully navigated them? I would give Mr. Shea, the founder of MSME. I know you've interfaced with a lot of SME startups and everything. I know your platform so much well, and you're doing a lot of good work. So do you have an angle to this and to this question?
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel, and good morning, everyone. So when it comes to the hurdles that SMEs face or startups, I think the keynote speaker has mentioned quite a couple of those obstacles. Number one is access to funding, and we can't run away from it. If you gather 10 SMEs in this room, ask them what their problems are, 9.9% of them would say funding. And then IFC says that Nigeria has $132 billion funding deficit. No, Africa has 132 billion, Nigeria has 32 billion, thereabout. So it means that if we really want to move forward, we must solve this problem of funding. And so people would say, where is it coming from? Is it that the SMEs don't know, are not prepared to access funding? So we talk about the 5 C's of credit, and we say the SMEs are not meeting up with those things. Then we also want to look from the angle of the providers of the fund. Are they being sincere? Are they going after the big ticket players instead of funding the SME sector, which contributes 50% to the GDP of Africa and is responsible for over 80% of jobs that are created? So if we don't solve the funding problem, I can bet you we will not move forward. Number 2 is infrastructure problem. And under that bucket, I will look at things like electricity, road, electricity, transportation, and a couple of things that come under the bucket of infrastructure. It's a lot difficult to move within Africa than it is to, okay, if you want, let's just look at the test case. If you want to go to London, you can get your ticket for as low as 1.1 million. But you move within Africa and you pay 2 million. And look at what happens even within the land borders. If you want to cross from Nigeria to Cotonou or from Cotonou to Togo, you know what you have to pass through. Now imagine that you have to move your goods and services within those borders. It's a lot of problem, and we don't solve the problem of moving around Africa. We will still be where we are meant to, where we are not meant to be. We need to be able to create systems that enable us to move around. We have AFTA, which is meant to be, that's African Free Trade Agreement, which is meant to enable us trade within Africa. But I know for over 20 years, we'll be talking of a single currency for Africa, ECO, for West Africa, ECO. We have not been able to do that. But in Europe, Schengen countries, about 27 of them, they have one single currency that enables them to trade with it. So if you really want to do business in Africa, grow our economy to $1 trillion and above, we need to look at funding problem, infrastructure problem, access to market, and a couple of other things. I think I will start with those ones.
That's massive. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And about having a unified currency, I think that conversation has been around for long. And if you see the economies that are doing well globally, you see that they have the cabal. So like euros, they're helping euros to be strong. Even the Asian countries, they have the. So I think we should be able to bring this to a high-level conversation. And I know the CEO of UCEE, you mentioned something when you gave your keynote, the monkey in the room, funding. Funding has always been a problem. So I don't know if you have some other thing to add to what Mr. Shea has already said on this.
All right, thank you very much. He said it all, and I'd like to emphasize, also mention that part of when you mentioned, oh, is it that they don't have the 5 C's of credit? I think Mr. Nadozie said, he really hits, the challenge, the issues that financial institutions have with entrepreneurs. And it's not even a question of character. I think a lot of entrepreneurs do not keep record enough. You are doing so much. You know you are doing so much. Everybody can see you are doing so much. But what a funder wants to see is the records. I'm not in your business. I don't see what you do. The only way you can convince me that you're doing so much is the records. And I think that's the only thing I just want to, plead with entrepreneurs. Learn to keep records of whatever it is you do. Every 1 naira, like we tell, customers, we tell them, we say, guys, ensure you have an account where the business proceeds go through. So every kobo, whether it is an expense or an income, make sure it goes through that account. Even if you're going to pay yourself salary from that account. It shows you're accountable. It shows you have integrity. As a matter of fact, it captures all the 5 C's of credit that you're talking about. Because today, if you're going to go to a bank to say, I want to lend, the first thing they will ask you is, where's your financial records? And the decision, they don't even have to come to your location. The decision is made from that financial records. I know that, with so much that has been said, we would be able to navigate through that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Record keeping. Can someone say, I will keep record of my business? Very important, very important. If you approach a bank, you might not have the land to keep, but they want to see that record. Both the expenses and the revenues that you have. It's very, very important. And yes, we'll just quickly move on to the next question. And when I came into the hall, the first thing that caught my eye was who can guess? The $1 trillion. And then the designer was so very specific, and inside the dollar, there is another dollar sign inside to show you that. So the question goes to, so what are the three priorities that Africa must address in the next 5 years to achieve a $1 trillion SME economy, to achieve what we've been preaching? Doctor, can you start up with this question? Thank you very much. Professor, I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's fine. Whether 3, whether 5, whether 7 or 20, I don't know. But I'll just mention some. I will also talk about what was said earlier. There are several supports available, even funding. I think there are other problems affecting us. For example, we are here discussing SMEs. How many SMEs are here? And how many people know SMEDAN? SMEDAN. So if you're an SME and you don't even know SMEDAN, then you have not started. Because that's where you get some of the support. I'm working with GIZ on some different other things we do. And SME is key, but we're more interested in digital transformation of SMEs. And we have events, we have this and that. Where are the SMEs? We can't find them. So, and we will say this is statistics. Where are we getting the statistics from? The data we put forward that this is what is happening. So I think first thing is we really need to have real data. It's important. We cannot plan without data. So we really need to know. So if you're an SME and you are not onboarded on SMEDAN, they don't have your data, they don't know about you, then you have to go and do that. Because we need to know the SMEs, what they do, what is the business. That is important. That is from the aspect of government. They need that data to be able to plan. Even some development agencies are available. They want to support. Of course, nobody wants to give you money now. I will tell you the truth. Because they know that most money they give out end up in the pocket of the person, and this doesn't go into the business, and they don't see the outcome really. So they don't want to give money. But whatever you need money for, they want to do it for you. That's what they do now. They want to do it for you without giving you the money, but giving you what you need money for. So they are not interested in paying you the salary, so that should be your own business. But whatever support can help you to scale your business, they want to give it to you. So they need to know you. That is one. Then I think number 2 is also this, like I mentioned, digitally transforming our SMEs. You cannot do what you have been doing the way you have been doing this and expect progress. Your market is not just people around you. So you have to be thinking of a global market, whatever that thing you are doing, a global market. And so you need to understand how to take that, your business, to that digital space. And the other thing I see that is important is how do you sell your business? I see a lot of people doing things, but they cannot communicate it. And some people don't do anything, but they can communicate. So they get the money, They tell you to bring the things, and they are the ones. So they only do the marketing of it and get the money out of it. Whereas people really doing those things cannot get it out because they don't know how to communicate those things. So these are also things important. So a lot of things have to do with education of the whether the startup founders or the people running the SME. So that is also very important. Getting them well educated on what to do, how to transform their business. Apart from thinking of infrastructure is important. I know government, we are saying SME cannot develop infrastructure, so that's to be government. But I think that from my own point of view, when I see a problem, I look at what I can solve first, know what they can solve for me. And so when I solve the one I can solve, then people that need to help me will see that I've tried my own best, and most often I get connected to them and they help me to solve my problem. So the ones you can solve, get yourself to another level, get well educated, look at the platforms that support SMEs, look at the events that support SMEs, go there, let them know you, and start from there. I'll stop here.
All right, thank you very much. Very, very important. You must be in platforms, in communities that would help you. Yes, you have to be. He has spoken about SMEDAN, and there are other ones. And about he mentioned about the digital transformation program, that initiative that GIZ had. I think that really like resonated with me. Why? Because I was also like championing that campaign. I was in the team that did the campaigning for looking out for SMEs to transform digitally, and it was war. Imagine when you have a solution to a problem and then you're asking, please, if you have this problem, come forward, and no one is coming forth. That's an issue, and I can connect to that. And another thing is be in spaces that you would find help, please. If you need miracles, if you're a Christian, you have to be in what? In the church. If you're a Muslim, you be in the what? In the mosque. So you can't be in your home. Okay, Ms. Bernice, do you have something to add to before we move to another question?
Yeah, okay. So maybe I'll take it from this angle. One of the things that I realize we have to also work on is that the culture of people towards Nigerian products and buying Nigerian. So one of the things I realized, like if you go to Europe, for example, there are fashion pieces and everything that they sell. There's an attitude of the average European towards their products. They see it as culture. They see it as, I want to buy my stuff. But in Nigeria, we don't have that attitude towards our products, what we have here. We don't, right? We say we are cultural, we say these things, but what is it exactly? Where you can see that the Chinese man would import our direct to Nigeria, and we're buying it, and we're comfortable. But that's our cultural heritage, right? So that applies to so many other things. The way that for example, this outfit I'm wearing now was made by a client, right? Are you buying from yourselves? Because everybody's saying that there is a market in Africa, but it's almost like everybody's seeing it, but we are not seeing it. We want to sell it internationally, we want to export, but there's also a market here that we're not actually harnessing. So it's one thing I think we have to look at, the attitude towards Nigerian and African products.
Yeah, attitude towards Nigerian and African product. Please, thank you very much. I think that's very important, and I think the flow also comes from people rendering those services. You know, most of the time we sell the product and we're not selling experience. Okay, so we need to start selling experience. So if you're able to sell experiences, you see that you can find a way to infuse the culture. I think that works. And another thing, while we are accelerating globally and with the innovation stuff, you need to understand that the competition is going to stiffen. Why? Because yes, it's both a pro and a cons. How is it? Because you're now competing with the global market, and that's when quality assurance comes to play. Mr. Tobe on the digital call, he mentioned something about ensuring that you have quality. So if you are competing on a global scale and then you are having an inferior good, you're not going to help us grow this $1 trillion economy. You're not going to help us. So you need to ensure that the market is now opened, both China, everywhere, US, you're selling to anybody, but then make sure that your product is very, very unique. Thank you very much. We have a lot of questions here, but I've been told we have a limited span of time, so I'll pick the most important ones that would help you. And so how important is understanding and adhering to legal frameworks and policies for SMEs? And what common legal pitfalls should they avoid? I know the right person to go for this question. Ms. Bernice, you start off first. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the frameworks. So you mentioned something about record keeping, right? So one of the things that comes to mind is having a registered business, because the only way you can have a corporate account that keeps record of your transaction is if you have a registered business. A lot of times, people don't register their business. That's what I see. You would see that they would operate for 5 years, 10 years, and they don't have a business name registration, right? I get it, and I don't always push SMEs because sometimes you see there's a conflict. I feel like people do not understand the difference between a business name, a limited liability company. You would see that misinformation, small businesses that just have, probably you're a barber, you're registering a limited liability company. Why? Because once you register that, and once you have a registered business, right, that is a limited liability company, your tax obligation just starts. They don't care whether or not you don't make profit, you have a registered business. Yes, there are exceptions to the rule, but the general rule is that as you're a limited liability company, you pay some taxes. Yeah. So when it comes to me, right, and they're saying, oh, we registered this business in 2019, but we just want to start. How did you register, a limited liability company in 2019 and you're just starting business in 2025? We see those things. So you have to understand the various business structures and which of them applies to your business, right? And also, again, once you register, try as much as possible to go and open an account. People would separate registration from business just to put on their Instagram page and say, oh, we are legit. That's not what, yes, of course, it's good. I'll tell people, patronize people who are registered, because somehow you can go and find their details on CAC, just in case there's any problem. You can easily identify who the founder is. But more than that, right, it's to open a corporate account and go and register with the FRS or the people that you have to register with. So identify those things and start there. I'm sure that there are a lot of grants now that you won't even be able to apply for. Like, for example, in January right now, there's a lot of grants and everybody has been reaching out. I want to do my TCC, I want to do my tax clearance, I want to apply for this grant. Those are things that they require. So start putting your books together, keep record, so you can actually be compliant. There's also the area of intellectual property, right? I like to say that your intellectual property is how that you secure your investment. So for example, they can be, let me use the hair business because they used to have similar names of business. So they can be Benny's Beauty Limited and they can be Benny's Luxury Limited. CAC would approve it because there's a difference in the name. But for trademark, right, you have to come up with a brand name that is unique to you. I can register Benny's Beauty Limited and nobody else would be able to register anything close to that. In fact, if you come with BERRRNICE, they would say that this is a little bit fraudulent. So for you to start investing in your business, you have to have a brand that you are sure that nobody's going to take it from me, because you are pouring your sweat, you're pouring your time into a particular brand name that people would know you for. But I can tell you that building a brand is very emotional. Imagine that somebody comes to tell me that I can't use Cardinal Counsel as the name of our law firm anymore because we have it. It will be very emotional because we've built a clientele that supports us with that particular name. So you have to understand the importance of having your trademark particularly. Also, if you are in the technology space, there's the fact that you have to also protect and patent your software, right? There are certain things that you have to protect, even if it's not true registration, but it is true contracts, people who work for you. Right, you have to have an NDA, a non-disclosure, a non-compete. Those things, you have to understand them. And if you don't know them, you wouldn't know how to, identify those things. For example, one that I think that people actually just, is trade secrets. On TikTok, you see that people will be selling manufacturer's name, people's name. Drop a comment, I will give you my... You don't do that, because those things identify as your business trade secret. Those things give you competitive advantage over another business. I know that they do it on social media, but those are parts of or types of intellectual property that you have to identify and not just drop it for everybody to have access to, even your employees, even your staff. Right, so there are other areas, even contracts too. I see that sometimes people enter contracts without exactly looking at the implication on their business. It's good, somebody wants to give me money for 90% of my business. How? How much is it? What exactly is the value of your business and how much are they bringing into it? These are things you have to understand. And I know that there are a lot of platforms that provide all of this. Smidan does that. A lot of platforms that actually provide this information for you to use. right? So yeah, those are like the frameworks that I think, you know.
Very
And
much.
If,
Okay.
Sorry, if I'm to also add, is we also have to understand the office of the citizen. I'll say this because everybody has a role to play. I personally did not know that there are clusters that exist for me to even be on that. So when they want to come up with policies and framework for small businesses, they won't come directly to you on your Instagram page.
they go there.
They would ask, what cluster do you belong to? For example, I know that GIZ would check
Digital
the clusters that you actually belong to. So try as much as possible to know, look for, and join them so that you can actually influence policy frameworks that are, because they would ask them first. Yeah, those are the things.
All right, thank you very much. As a business person, if you don't have a barrister as a friend, you're wrong. We had to have one in this panel session. Thank you very much. But I know we're enjoying the panel session so far. So I'll just take just one more contribution and then we round up, okay? Dr. Odumuyiwa, I know you're in NEET-STAR, and then about the legal framework. I know just not long, we've been on the conversation about the Startup Act, and I think it's very important that each and every one of us here, we know about it, because there are some provisions that have been made for businesses that we don't even know. And if you don't know about it, you'll just be complaining blindly. You can't be in the water and soap would enter your eye. That's why we have. Doc, please, do you want to add anything to this?
So, like I said earlier, go and look for the platform and register. Because you have to register that you're a startup or you are, so they will know that you exist. And if you have an email, then when there are opportunities they send to you, there are so many things they have, but they first need to know you. And they can't come to your house where you are. So they have a platform. Go and look for it after this program. Check it. Even here, you can check for it and register. So that's what I would say the starting point.
Thank you very much.
And I will say something again before I leave. From what she said and what I've been listening to, we need to be intentional in educating the SMEs. Yeah. What you don't know, you don't know. So you can shout and shout, but you don't know. And so knowledge is power, and knowledge is wealth. So I think that is something we have to keep doing, educating them, so that they know what will help them to grow. Thank you.
All right. Last words, Mr. Sheye. Do you want to add something on this?
The regulatory framework.
Yes,
right?
and maybe extend it towards how they should, because we don't have time. I don't want to go on a fresh question. How they can effectively market their ideas. Yeah.
Okay, so I would say with regards to legal and regulatory framework, you just need to put yourself in clusters like it's been mentioned. There are clusters within the ecosystems, SME ecosystems, startup ecosystem, that if you belong to them, you get access to information. Sometimes they invite you to come and be part of policy formulation. You can actually put in I've been part of a couple of those things, and then it looks like, so it is not as if somebody just sit down somewhere and say this must happen. They must have actually called some people to deliberate. Look at the case of the present tax reform. The head of the Presidential Committee on Tax Reform says we have done a lot of stakeholder engagement. They've actually had to call people into rooms to discuss what's going to be the future of every one of us, right? So if you really want to be part of what is going to be your future, then belong to associations where you can mount pressure on the government and be able to ask them questions and contribute to what is going to affect your industry and your ecosystem. With regards to how to market your product effectively well, I think the first thing is to understand your audience. If you don't have a good understanding of your audience, it becomes a lot difficult for you to want to market your product to them. So what we do sometimes is what I call Me Too syndrome. Somebody has a billboard somewhere, you also want to have a billboard. Do you have the same target audience? Do you even have the same size of pocket? So understand the audience very well. Get to know where they cluster or where they congregate, where you can reach them in large number. Because I believe right now that we need to always target large numbers. So a lot of people think that you need to do premium. So you do a premium, you sell a product for 1 million and you get 5 clients in 1 year and you're fine. But some other guy sells a product for 5,000 and he gets million and he keeps doing that, rinse and repeat. So I think because of technology, because of the borderlessness that we can take advantage of, we should look at how to capture a very large market. And that's what everybody should put in mind. Wake up today and say, in Lagos, we have about 26 million people. How many of them do I want to capture? What product can I do to reach, even if it's 1%, 2% of them? So when you keep thinking like that, you begin to have ideas on how to reach them and how to not just market to them once, how to make them loyal customers. We keep coming back to you over and over again. Yeah, that's it.
A resounding round of applause for our panelists today. Thank you very much. And key takeaways, please. be very, very intentional about your business. Please, SMEs, myself inclusive, be very, very intentional. Bookkeeping, having data, data is everything. Leveraging technology, you can be in your small space and do something globally. So working locally and being valuable globally. So you need to build value and then sell experience. Don't sell just your products, okay? Leverage technology, all these things. Your bookkeeping, they are very, very important. And I'm wishing that we'd all join forces and amplify our energy to make up for the $1 trillion economy. Please, we'll quickly take a group photo of the panelists. Can we do that? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. And I want to extend my thanks to panelists, Professor Victor Odumuyiwa, Sheye Olurutimi, Bernice, our keynote, Esther, thank you very much. I really appreciate this moment. Please, another round of applause for them. Thank you very much. And myself, Emmanuel Amogu. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, please let that clap not stop. Please keep clapping, keep clapping. I mean, were they not just awesome? I think I should join their picture already. Very awesome, very awesome. Please keep clapping. Are you? All right, what do we say to them really, really, really? Immensely, I want you to say it like you really mean it. Say thank you so much. Is that the highest you can do? Say thank you so much. All right, thank you so much. So we'll be going right into the next section, right? We're going right to the next section. So how has it been really for you? I think right about now you have a lot of questions already bothering your mind. Yes or yes, because there's no no. Yes or yes. The energy in the house, you already have questions to ask. Yes or yes. Yeah, I know you have questions to ask, but we would like you to just keep the questions intact. Don't let it fly away. Keep it somewhere at the back of your head. Just write it. If you cannot speak to it, directly speak to it. Write it out somewhere. If you have your questions to ask, you can keep your questions. All questions will be attended to, at least with the time frame that we have. We'll try to see. If not here, we'll definitely answer your questions. All right, thank you so much. I'll hand over to my co-host.
All right, thank you very much, everyone. A round of applause for yourselves for staying this far. I believe that if you were having doubts about being here by now, with the sessions we've had so far, you would have congratulated yourself that, oh, I did a very good job coming to this event today. About now, we're going for our meet and greet session, and this is very strategic because of the kind of seats that we are in, so you would have to move. So we have to move and meet people. I want you to meet up with somebody, try to know about their business and see opportunities for collaboration. So you can also take a selfie with a fellow business owner and post it online, our hashtag Jasper SME Fest 2025. Jasper SME Fest 2025. Hashtag $1 trillion SME economy. And we could post that and tag our Jasper SME Hub. Right about now, I want us to, stand up, lighten up. You could stand up to be a bit of a break we have now. Stand up, meet up with someone, and share some of the things that you have learned from the event. Take a selfie. Try to know the person beside you. Try to know the person in front of you. Try to know the person behind you, and smile. When one of the panelists was speaking about the Nigerian culture. Was speaking about the Nigerian culture of not knowing, of not purchasing or dealing in Nigerian brands. I also thought about it, but I don't think that that's the case right now. I know some SME businesses here. The person I know, she just stood up from her seat. I'm trying to remember what her business name is now, but she does African prints. And I think I've patronized her for all my friends that jackpot. I bought her outfit for all my friends. That's the gift. That's by default the gift you give somebody that jackpot. Just get her African print and print it there. And they're, oh, thank you very much for my gift. Thank you very much for my gift. And we have one business owner there that does the best with hair. I'm sure if you just look around and see the best natural hair
hey, right now, you will know the person I'm talking about. She's smiling already, bent her hair. She's wearing peach, something that looks like peach. It's so beautiful. That's a business owner. So patronize her if you want to, have beautiful hair this time around. Nobody is talking about their business. Or if you want to talk, this is an opportunity. You could come up, walk up to me and say, oh, I want to tell everybody about my business. You have the floor. I will give you 1 minute and 20 seconds to talk about your business. You could stand up and walk up to the person in front of you and tell them about your business. Okay, I have a mommy, please come and have the mic.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lydia. I'm the founder and CEO of Lisbeth Global Resources. It's an agro-processing company where we process and package healthy drinks, hibiscus drinks. We call it Zobo. And we have 2 variants in our Zobo. We have the sweetened and the unsweetened. Then we have improved it to become a tea. We now have our Zobo tea. I think I have one here. Sorry. So these are Zobo tea, and it has been specifically designed to take care of some ailments like high blood pressure, diabetes, PCOS, menstrual cramps, insomnia, and body pains. So those that have been our customers, we have a lot of referrals and reviews on that tea. Then we are into herbs and spices. I am a cancer survivor, and God has used herbs and spices to save my life. And so I went into it fully, and I have some of my products here, though the branded ones are not here. I sell a lot of herbs and spices. You can check Lisbeth Global on IG. You'll meet us there, and on Facebook. You can place your orders, and we deliver nationwide. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. My round of applause for her. A very round of applause for her. Yes, this is very, very important, because I know that sometimes where I work, when you buy all these tea items, it has to be twinnings or nothing. But now we have a variant that is Nigerian and that is also for people, and and herbs that are healthy for people. And I think that this is some of the things. This is why this program was curated, so that you are informed about what other SMEs are doing, right? Also, I would just like to talk randomly about educating SMEs. I think that I remember. Oh, lovely. I remember that there was this, this video by, I'm trying to remember his name now, this tall lawyer. And don't you know that, you can remember, what's his name? Remind me, please. Yes, Lai Wasabi. And he said, Shomokwe, info, laugh info. So I would just like to say on the passing that it's important that as young entrepreneurs, we get information, because as they say, information is what you use to scale or fly. I think that there is one of our partners that is an educating hub, and you would want to also look into that. So I see that quite a lot of networking is going on. So please, let's keep up the tempo. And is there any other person that wants to use this opportunity to speak to their business and tell us what they do? Oh, that's lovely. Please come up. You're welcome. By the way, you people are supposed to partner with Jasper SME Hub. I mean, you're supposed to partner with Jasper SME Hub and pay a commission for this free service. You have the floor.
All right. Okay, so good everyone. My name is Elijah Moses, and I'm actually the founder of Verinex. So Verinex actually is an education technology and job-powered platform. And all we do basically is we empower people to get real jobs, and we also enable people to create jobs. So we offer a number of services as relating to empowering people to get jobs, as well as services as relating to empowering businesses to get access to resources. Maybe it's grants, maybe it's funding, whatever it is actually. We provide that kind of service from a consulting side of things. And we believe that we see unemployment differently in Verinex. We see unemployment as as an opportunity that is yet to be untapped in building real human capacity. So in Very Next, we transform the lives of people and we transform the lives of businesses. So just in case you're like, hey, what am I going to do? Or you're here and maybe you're looking out for international internship, or you're looking out for, let's say, a job, a remote job or something like that, or maybe you want to revamp your CV, or you want to work on your LinkedIn stuff, or you want to connect with some real guys, you can come over to us. And maybe you're on the business side of things and you're like, hey, how can I get grant for my business? How can I get funding for my business? Or how can I basically connect with real ecosystem partners to give you access to resources that can give you the advantage? They can also come over to us. We're more than happy to serve you and to make you smile. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. I think that this is very, very important because people don't really talk about these things. And this information is very, very key. You know, I remember when I finished school and I was looking for a job, I think I revamped my LinkedIn page like several times because every time you go back to it, there's something else that needs to be adjusted. So thank you very much, Moses, for that. I hope you are meeting and... Oh, you would like to talk about your business. Oh, lovely.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay, my name is Mevin Layemi. I'm a brand designer and actually we branded SMEFest2025 and 2023. So in case you need anything design, anything branding, you can meet me. Thank you.
Oh wow, a round of applause for him. Quick question, have you been the one designing for the SME Fest over the years? Please, a big round of applause for him. He always delivers his polling units. He eats and leaves no crumbs. And I remember that the moderator for the panel session, Emmanuel Amogu, commented on your design and said the $1 trillion economy, he still put $1 in the dollar. That's a lot. A round of applause for him once again. It's really commendable. And while you're talking to another person and sharing business ideas, remember to tell them that's one decision that led to your failed business. It's very important so that they learn it and they don't make another mistake. Okay, you want to talk about your business. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Dr. Godwin. I'm a veterinary doctor, so I offer veterinary service. So because of this event, I'm willing to give free professional consultation to anybody that has pets. Thank you very much. And you can reach out.
What kind of consultation?
Concerning your pets, free.
We lost our dog the other day. If I knew you, I would have brought him. Oh, lovely. A round of applause for him. We have a vet business in the house. Yeah, before our vet doctor came on board, I was already talking about make sure that you tell the person beside you about your failed business. For those who are working outside or actually taking pictures, I think it's time to come back in. So please, let's reach out. Our protocol officers, please, let's tell those outside to come inside because we're about to continue with the program now. Yes, I hope you're telling the person beside you about your failed business or what happened that led to your business failing. I remember I started a business the other time. I called it Yam Pro. I was a pro. I was, bringing in yam all the way from Benue State. Oh, you think it's by heels and long hair? We've gone through a lot. We've tested the waters. So we went and we tried to import yam. The first challenge was that I could not carry the yam. They were so big. I could not carry them. So it was already draining by default and I could not keep up. So what's the lesson there? Do what you can carry. Don't go to businesses that you can't lift it up. Don't go and be selling generator when you can't even own a generator. I hope you are connecting and building contacts and making contacts. It's very important at this time as entrepreneurs. So protocol officers, please help us tell those outside to come in. We're going to be starting with the next session right about now. So far, what have you learned from this event? I think that one of the things that stood out for me was when Mr. Tobe Nadozie talked about the importance of having a buffer for your business. Okay. So he mentioned about the importance of having a buffer for your business. And he said something very profound, that don't get to the point where you fall to ground zero. And I think that that is very, very key as businesses, that you don't get to that point where you want to start again and you're starting from the floor. So right now, I'm going to go, and he mentioned something about having a buffer of 6 months, that you'll be able to pay salaries, and I'm like, so I should save 6 months salary. That one, I will leave my office, because if I have 6 months salary, that means I don't need to go to the office for 6 months. I need to be building the next Facebook or something of that sort. Please, those outside, it's time to come in. We're moving on to the next session. We have a lot. We have a lot coming up. We have another panel session. We have moving parts to scaling SME businesses in Africa. So what have you learned so far in this program? I have one pretty face, one businesswoman looking at me. Just come and tell me what you've learned so far. You're right, don't let me call your name. Just come. No, please. Just come and tell me. Yeah, she's walking down. That's okay, introduce your business yourself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I love that.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Latifat, and I run a perfume business. So, yeah, for what I learned today, I've learned that as a small business owner, you should, beyond your product, you should focus on, like regulations. You should focus on keeping your books. And I'm not just saying this as a business owner. I work as an SME advisory person. And a lot of time when customers want to take loans, they don't have their books in place. They don't have anything proper. So, yes, that's what I've learned. Thank you.
A round of applause for her, please. A round of applause for her. Oh, I think these business deals, some people are signing contracts already. I can see that. Okay, so those outside, please come inside now. So I was about to speak to celebrity. She's a celebrity perfumer. So if you are not a celebrity, you cannot buy her perfume. But if you want to be a celebrity, you can buy her perfume. Exactly, that's more like it. Okay, so I was about to speak to something that she said, which I found very profound. And now that no panelist is here, let's talk to ourselves by ourselves for ourselves. One of the major things, and that was one of the things that Mr. Tobe said about record keeping. It is very key. Even businesses that we consider large businesses, big businesses, they don't keep accounts. They don't keep proper records. And it doesn't speak well. It speaks to your character already. It speaks to your credibility already. And it already eliminates that business when it comes to the criteria for giving credit. So if there is nothing that you take out from this program, I think that we should keep proper records of our business, not just for our businesses, keep proper records of our personal finance. Because if you cannot keep proper records of your personal finance, you will not be able to keep proper records of your business. Please, if you are outside, you are the reason that we are here. Come inside right now, please. Come inside. Come inside. We're about to move to the next thing. And I'm going to be calling on our music artist, Caleb Fatorisha, to come in shortly. While he's getting ready, please, those who are outside, you don't want to miss this very beautiful presentation or ministration in songs and music by our guest artist. Thank you. So I think at this point I can make bold to say that you can put on your dancing shoes. Caleb, am I right? Okay, so put on your dancing shoes. If your shoes are too tight, please get rid of them.
Yes, sir. This is K-Sax. Come on, I'm playing beats. It's nice music. I really go. Yeah. Oh, na, na, na. Yeah. Say nothing outside. Let's go. Let me see us now. Take a look at me now. Take a look at me now. Yeah. What you do? Just as long as you're chasing money. Just let's go. Yes, sir. No matter how much you ever see. Bring it on. Are you ready? Oh, no, ready. No matter how you try not to have a stop, keep your head high and stay strong. Right. So much pain, just struggling. So much chasing, you know. Never say no, never give up. Keep your head up, stand for sure. Turn it up, yeah. Tears, turn the tears. Take a look at me now. Take a look at me now. We're running in the system. Can't you see? As long as you're chasing your never give up. Break it up, break it up. Ready, run ready. No matter how you try to do the stop. And stand tall. Bring it on, bring it on. Run ready. No matter how you try, don't you ever stop. Put your head up high and stand tall. This is K-Sax. One and only, one and only. Where you from or what you do, just as long as you take it. Never give up on it. Break it up, break it up. Right up, ready. No matter how you try to do it, stop. Keep your head up high and stand tall. Break it up, break it up, break it up. Never stop. Yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. Come on. On your feet, on your feet, on your feet, on your feet. If you know your God, if you know your God, you will be on your feet. Who is your guy? Who is your guy? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hey. I will. Hey, okay. Yes, sir. to you. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Feeling good tonight. Feeling good tonight. Okay now. I don't feel it. You. To you. Okay. I just decided. We just decided. I just wanna say thank you to you. Wow. Say you living like a getting just you for that. Never forget. Oh no. I just want to say thank you to you. Wow. We both take. You must be you know. I'm very is always a very big God. I have a very big God.
Let's put our hands together, please, for our music artists. I mean, left to so many of us here, we don't want to leave this place and we want the music to continue. But let's leave that to the end of the...
All right, thank you so much. So we're heading to the next panel section. I know you've learned a lot, but trust me, that was just a snippet, and you are going to be, I'm welcoming you to more extra. And on today's panel, first off, I'll be introducing Betty Adekpoju. Betty Adekpoju is a distinguished entrepreneur and an empowerment strategist who serves as a founder and CEO of Scopelab Media and Technology and Scopelab Digital Academy. She has established herself as a certified business development service provider and thought leader, recognized by the U.S. Department of the State Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, AWE, as an IFC certified professional. Betty has significantly impacted female entrepreneurship through various initiatives, including the Transforming Nigerian Youth Program as a co-convener of the Empower Her Business Program. Her commitment to closing the gender gap in technology has been recognized with multiple awards, including the Tech Pioneer Award at the Ali Moshow Business Award 2024, and special recognition in AI technology at Lumin 8 Honors 2024. As an alumni of the prestigious program like the Tony Elumelu Foundation, Flourish Africa, and Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women, she continues to mentor through programs such as the IFC She Wins in Africa and the VC4A. With all of this that I've mentioned, please, with a standing ovation, I know she's around, please let's welcome Betty Adekpoju. Betty Adekpoju, Mrs. Betty Adekpoju, welcome. Did you see that powerful profile? Please give a commensurate round of applause for her. Welcome, welcome, ma. We're happy to have you. So next in line, we're going to be having someone amazing and who I respect so much, having to lead the panel section. Mr. Ibrahim Ogundeko is currently an area sales manager for West Africa and South Africa region of Kingspan. He also holds the position of Programs Director for Marketing and Sales Department at the Rome Business School, Nigeria. He has a strong technical background in a bachelor's degree in Mechanical Engineering, University of Lagos, Nigeria, a dual exhaustive master's in Marketing and Sales from Rome Business School, Italy, and the University of Valencia, Spain, and an MBA from the San Francisco Bay University, California, USA. Ibrahim has directly worked with Johnson Controls, Dubai, Samsung Electronic, West Africa, Nestle Foods, Nigeria, among others, and has gained vast experience during his many travel across Europe, America, the Middle East, Southeast Asia, and Sub-Saharan Africa. Please, let's welcome with a clapping, please clap, please clap, please clap, please clap, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. All right, so last on this list, we are going to be welcoming the last person on the panelist. I believe she is here. Barbara Onyejesho. I don't know if I pronounced that right. Please pardon me. Barbara is passionate about driving growth and impact within entrepreneurship ecosystem. She's a dynamic program manager, community builder, and startup connector with 9 years of experience working across diverse startups and innovation landscape, currently serving as the mentorship and academy lead at VC4A. She leads Pan-African Mentorship Initiative, bridging startup with over 900 seasoned mentors and facilitating over 1,400 mentor and mentee match. She's always eager to connect with founders. She's already here. Founders and mentors, investors, and ecosystem builders to collaborate with an impactful initiative that fuels economic development and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, I need you all to be standing at this point. Please stand up, leave your chair. You will go back to your chair, I promise you. Let's give a round of applause to all our amazing speakers. I'll give it over to Ibrahim Ogundeko too. All right. Okay, I'm getting the information that we have one other power person in the building. All right. Help me welcome Frederick Egosa while I read his profile and he makes his way into the podium. Frederick Egosa is an SEO expert and entrepreneur. With over 11 years of experience, he has helped businesses in America, the UK, Canada, and realized over $1.5 million in revenue from organic traffic. He specializes in keyword research and technical SEO audit, content creation and management, growth hacking. Welcome again, everyone. I trust you're going to have a swell time. I will be giving this over to Ibrahim Ogundeko to lead this amazing panel section. Thank you so much once more.
Thank you so much. In fact, when they were introducing Mr. Frederick, I'm like, the way he came up, let's just get to it, you know. And really, I wanted us to just dive into it. Thank you so much, my panelists. I'm aware that we have made a great deal of sacrifice to be here today. And to the audience, we have been having a very amazing session. We have learned a lot, and I'm sure that in this panel session, because I have a number of questions that I just want to get into, and I'm hoping that with the very short time we have, we can, you know, pass the information across. By the way, if you observed, I did. It was just, I think last night, I got the actual profiles. So I was going through your LinkedIn profiles. I just want to understand my panelists, you know, because I want to make sure that we can tap from your wealth of experience and knowledge. My name is Ibrahim, and this session is titled $1 Trillion SME Economy, Attracting Opportunities for Growth. So while I was coming this morning, I saw a post. So I'm a LinkedIn person. I literally live on LinkedIn. Someone did this post. I read it. She said the harsh truth about fundraising that no one talks about. Pitching in the US versus Africa is completely different. In the US, you pitch your vision. In Africa, you pitch your traction. Why? The US has decades of venture capital history. Investors have seen enough crazy ideas, and she went on and on. So she, in other words, and before some of you came, we've had fantastic session where, you know, they have talked about how to position, and I was interacting with someone, and the person is like, oh, I have ideas, but you know, sometimes people don't want to, they don't believe ideas. Sometimes they are saying, what have you done? Can I see some results? So I'm starting this session with this, assertion that the person made on Facebook, on LinkedIn. I would like to, for just maybe 30 seconds as a way of introduction, hear from all my panelists. What do you think about that? How true is this? How can we align our vision, our traction? When you are just starting, you don't have any footprint. How do you make sure that you are just you are not just there? Your ideas or your results, people want to associate with it. Just 30 seconds. Yes. So I'll go with you first.
Okay. Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. So.
Please respond to my panelists.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
So ideas are easy to come by. Every one of us have had, at a point in our lives, I've had some of my craziest ideas in the bathroom or while driving, because it's usually fun just driving and you get ideas. But ideas are easy to come by. But what's the most important part of it is execution. So the reason why they like to fund more people that have had traction is you need to show proof of concept. So the fact that you have proof of concept means that your idea, you've proven that even if it has not scaled, but the fact that a few people it has solved a problem or solved problems for a few people means that at scale, that idea could generate a lot of shareholder value. So when it comes to raising funds, it's not just about the idea in itself. Because if you look at some of the biggest products in the world, they started from just very basic ideas, very, very simple and basic ideas. But the fact that someone took that idea, and I mean, Zuckerberg's idea started from a heartbreak, if I remember. But the fact that he took that idea, had traction, had distribution, I was able to grow that idea and show proof of concept in Harvard and crash their server. It meant that it was viable enough to take out of the ecosystem and then, invest in. That's why his first check was written by, I think it's Intel CEO or something. So the check was written without any obligation. Just go spend the money and scale. So ideas are cheap. I'm sorry to say that, but ideas are cheap. Everyone can have an idea, but the most important thing is how well can you prove that this idea solves problems.
Thank you so much. Can we give him a round of applause for that? So I would like to hear from Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to start, first off, Africa is the youngest continent. There are a lot of things that are happening now that are happening for the first time. That's why they call us developing. They say our ecosystem is nascent. They use all those terms to qualify us as young, as growing. A lot of, there are a lot of uncertainties. We don't have a lot of infrastructure. And so the founders that have to prove the concept, they are actually, working so that the founders of, 20 years to come, 30 years can fly and they can get those checks that they don't have to prove concepts because, the concepts have been proven already. And so, unfortunately, that's where we find ourselves. But we have to do the groundwork. We have to do the hard work of actually proving that these things can work. So even when you're bringing ideas and solutions that have worked abroad, they want to make sure that, okay, it is modified and customized to our local issues and problems. And so that's where we found ourselves. It's part of building. It's part of developing Africa. And so we have to go through that process, prove ourselves, prove the concept so that we can get those big checks.
Thank you so much. From what she has said, I would like to encourage you and myself that as we are starting, if we don't have people who immediately align with us, let's remember that we are building for the generations to come and people coming after us. Okay, so I would like to hear from you, Betty, please.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I think the two speakers, you've said quite a lot, but I would like to take it from the angle of an entrepreneur turned techpreneur. Talking about vision, impact, trajectory, traction, and the likes. It's something that saddens most startup because you discover that most times when you look at the grant, the opportunity is there, but you see that one way or the other, maybe you are not qualified. The common mistake that startups and small business owners do is that they don't focus on scalability. I remember when I wanted to apply for Tony Elumelu Foundation in 2017, I had two businesses that I was doing. I was into jewelry making, and at the same time, I have a juice bar. So when I told a friend that I won a year earlier, she said, yes, your idea is nice. In fact, I finished like 2 days to submission. Your idea is nice, but is it scalable? If you tell them you produce Zobo, you produce this, in so years, if they give you this, then dollar was good, $5,000. What do you think you need up to that to do this business? Now, I quickly had to change to use the other business that is scalable. The whole idea is, as an SME or startup businesses, you have to consider that this business, in the next 2-3 years, where will I be? What is the plan I have for this business? So even if you don't have traction, if you don't have any recorded impact, by the time you are explaining the workability of the business in the next 5 years, whoever that is reading will be convinced that this particular person actually know what he or she is saying. So that's my contribution.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I will stay with you. You have spoken to scalability. So because I meet a lot of people who just starting business. In fact, some people have been running businesses for a while, but they don't have a business plan. They don't have, their businesses have not been modeled. They don't have the business model. So they don't understand their competitor analysis. They don't understand the market and so on and so forth. So two things in my interactions with a lot of SMEs, I notice some people don't even have, they don't understand the numbers in their industry. They don't understand the CAGR. They don't understand the potentials. So from your experience, can you give us maybe a few points how we can sit out the business modeling and financial projection in such a way that we have clarity, you understand, when we run our business?
All right. In fact, I'm so excited that this question is asked, because apart from being a digital empowerment strategist, I'm a certified grant writer. I write grants for organizations. And most times when small business owners, I did a presentation in Akure in December. Immediately I left the podium, everybody was coming, I want you to write. I said, no, I can't. Because most businesses, they are not even grant ready. One thing is to have a business. Another thing is for your business to be grant ready. I learned this from experience, and at the same time, I became an expert in getting it done. As a business owner, like he mentioned, one first thing before you even start your business, you must have a business plan. If you don't know where you are going, you won't know where you will end. You won't know. You want to start a business. I want to be selling wigs, for example, because the problem with most startups and SME, when you ask them what's the problem, they will tell you it's money. But honestly, most times it's not money. Someone told me this thing a very long time ago. I was still young. The man came from UK. He's into importation of fabrics. So he was saying, when they ask people in Nigeria, they'll say money, that you need your integrity, and the same time, you have the heart to really do the business. For small business owners, most business owners, startups, they don't mind. They want to quickly go and borrow. They want to get loan to get the business done. No. Before you even start a business, what is the plan? There's a saying that says, if you don't know who you are, you will not know who you are not. This business I want to do in the next 2-3 years, where do I see myself? Anything I tell you here today is from experience. It's what I've done and has worked for me. As a business person, start up. Okay, if I have 10,000, I saw a guy on TikTok. He's selling oppa. He's a graduate. He now told himself, there's someone that prepared the oppa for him. He will carry it, he will go and sell it, take his own profit. The woman now said, no, I can't do it for you again. Find someone else that will be doing it. He now said, okay, train me. He trained for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, and he told himself that by December, he wants to make 5 million. But he's starting the business with 28,000 something. Do you know every day he records, I produced 75 okpa today, I made profit of 18,000, following day he made profit of so thousand. Even though the business plan is not well written out, but he told himself, I want to make 5 million by December. And he's able to track it every day, even though he's not taking it to bank yet. His business is not registered yet, but you can see that he has planned it. But most startups don't want to do this. They want to start business now. They want to get shop on the island. They want to put AC. They want to do everything. At the end of the day, an uncle or sister or auntie can give you money, or your parents. at the end of the day, the business is dead on arrival. So I will implore us as startup, before you take any step, having your business plan is very important. And I've not done any business, so how can I be talking about finances? Part of your business plan is how you draw out your finances. I mentioned it now. The guy said, I want to make 5 million, but I'm starting with 28,000. Day 1, I made 5,000. Day 2, I made 6,000 profit. Now, from that record, he can project. If I'm able to produce 75 of my first day, I make 5,000 naira profit. Second day, I make 6,000. That means if I'm able to make 750 okpa in the next 6 months, I can make 5,000 times 10. That means I can make 50,000 profit. That's how it's being done. But you don't just assume that one person will just come and pack everything and give you one big money. It doesn't work like that. So I will advise, as a startup, as an SME owner, you must make sure that, even the Bible says, write down the vision and you run with it. Yeah. That is what represents your vision, your business plan. Okay, you go back. Oh, I promised to do this within 6 months. Oh, I've not done it. Oh, I've superseded this. It will help you to know what's next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for laying that foundation for us. Write the vision and keep the records. Be intentional. I'm sure that the $5 million or $5 million as depends on what you want to do. I mean, $5 million is nothing, you know. So, but I can see some people smiling when I say $5 million. You know, like I say, you don't grow big to manage well. You manage well to grow big. I would like to go quickly to Barbara, and I see that you have a lot of experience with the VCs. So, a number of people here are thinking, I really need to, because people came out earlier to introduce themselves and their businesses, and so I'm sure there are people who want to, I really want to get funds, and rightly so. I mean, some of them are qualified to get funds. Some of them might not, but they might be running very interesting business. So what are the things that you look out for to be able to select what companies or what SMEs that you fund on one hand, and on the other hand, how should SMEs, you know, position themselves to be attractive, you know, to VCs and angel investors?
Thank you. So VC4A is a startup support organization. We don't have a fund, but we do have a network of investors that we give, you know, business owners that are affiliated with our network access to, and we do all of that through our platform. So I'll just talk about the VC4A platform for a few minutes. And so we like to say that we exist to unlock the next startup opportunity. And it doesn't have to be a tech-driven startup. It can be an SME that is, you know, you're running your operations with technology. So it's not limited to, you know, fintechs, health techs, and all those. So if you're a small and medium enterprise and you're running your business, you know, using technology, you also qualify. And so what startups and, you know, founders can do is go on the vc4a.com platform and register your venture. If you fill out all the information in your venture profile, it gives you access to the mentorship marketplace where you can access mentors from across Africa for free. It gives you access to our Startup Academy where you can learn how to grow your business, scale your business, finance your business, you know, develop agile solutions. So free courses pertaining to entrepreneurship and building your business you can access for free. We also have a programs page where we highlight, you know, acceleration programs, competitions, grants, all kinds of, you know, programs that founders can benefit from. And if it applies to your industry, if you are in agribusiness, there are programs like Greennovation, there's GIZ size, and some other like sector specific. There's health focused programs that you can apply to, acceleration programs, incubation programs, competitions, awards, things like that you can plug into, and, you know, just see where it goes. Just opening yourself up to more opportunities through our platform. And of course, for more mature ventures that have some traction, we are able to give them access to investors through our deal books. So we have weekly deal books. We have forums where we invite ventures that are mature, have a proof of concept, have some level of documentation. They have a website. They have, they've made up to a certain amount in profit. They are able to get access to our investor network. And we also have an investor readiness program that we run. We've actually run about 7 editions now across Africa and Latin America. So just exposing yourself to communities like this can give you access to more information. Information is everything, right? So you need to start by seeking out information so that you know how to even position yourself to be able to access, to be investment ready, and then you can access the funding.
Amazing. Thank you so much. How did our uncle, how did you put it the other time? Information, info, I liked it when I heard that. Okay, so basically, she has just said you need information, you need to be in the right network. There's a lot of mentorship, and then once you participate in all of that, you put your ears to the ground, and you are able to get opportunities.
Can I quickly say?
Yes.
Betty is actually one of the mentors on our platform.
Whoa!
She's a mentor on VC4A
Amazing.
mentorship
Yes.
marketplace, and she's currently involved in the IFC She Wins Africa program.
Yes.
So it's an investment readiness program, but there's a mentorship track to it, and she's one of the mentors on that program. So
Fantastic.
I'm so excited to be here with her now.
Thank you so much. Now, you see, because we have very limited time, they are not going to be able to really give you, everything it takes here. But I still have just one round of questions for everyone. But I'll quickly come to Frederick. You see, Mr. Frederick that you are seeing here is an SEO expert. I'm sure that maybe you have heard the term SEO. What's the meaning of SEO? Because you're supposed to know that. Do you understand? So, yes, SEO is search engine optimization. But really, that's the end of what people know about SEO. They just know the meaning. So can you tell us what SEO is all about? How can we, as SMEs, because, this is the digital age. There's a lot of digital transformation happening. You must have digital footprint and so on. So how can we align our businesses with SEO, search engine optimization for, productivity? Yes.
Hi, guys. Hi again. So search engine optimization. I get asked this question a lot. Even my dad is curious what goes on there. But picture this, about 65% of all sales online right now started from a Google search. 65%. And every day, there are billions of searches happening right now. So speaking, I think about every second, there's about 200 million search going on. And then Google has about 90% of the search market, and AI is coming in trying to take some market from Google. So search is, okay, I'll do an analogy. As a business owner, there are 2 metrics that should be very important to you. One should go up and the other should come down. CAC, which is the cost of acquiring a customer, should be coming down every time. Then the LTV, which is the lifetime value of your customers, should be going up. I know that those are like a lot of big metrics, but it's very simple. I'll give an analogy. Mr. A wants to buy a car, and there is in the sales processes. In the sales process, there are different silos. Now there is the decision process, there is the education process, and there's the final buying process. So I want to buy a car. The first thing I want to do, of course, we all know, is to know what kind of car. Maybe I have a family, I have 2 kids. Of course, I won't want to buy a sedan. I want to buy an SUV, a truck. So the first thing I want to do is, what are the best trucks for a family of 5? And the most logical thing I want to do is go on Google and find out what are the best trucks for a family of 5 in 2025. So when I do that Google search, I'll see a list of results. Of course, Google is not the only search engine. There is Yahoo, there are a lot of, but Google has 90% of the search market. So I'll just focus on, of course, the market leader. So I want to go on Google and do a search and say, what are the best SUVs for 2025? I get a list of results, and of course I want to narrow down my result. Okay, fuel efficiency, madam might be driving the car and maybe an Escalade might be too big because madam is also driving. For me, it might not be a problem. So there are considerations. So that's why I said there's a consideration stage. So there are lots of questions I want to answer, especially when you are buying high-ticket items, stuff that are in the millions, houses, cars, even mobile phones are now, in the millions. So you want to ask questions. And as inflation rate worldwide increases, right, people are not prone to spending anymore as easily as they used to. In the early 90s, people just bring out their credit cards and their debit cards and just swipe, 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 swipe. But these days, people are like, I work so hard to make this money, so I don't want to spend it without getting real value for that money. So now, how does SEO make this easy for business owners? When you start a business, I always advise business owners to start with running ads. Google ads, Meta ads, and all sorts of ads. But ads get to a place where they now plateau. We call that the saturation level, where you have so saturated the space with your ads that your results start to plateau. At that point, your cost of acquiring customers start to go up. So what search engine optimization does, and what we've been able to do for businesses, mostly in the US and in Europe, is you get to that point, and then we now come in and position you as a thought leader. For instance, one of our clients last year, a tire and wheels distributor in the US, they got to a point where their sales was starting to plateau and was coming down. So their forecasts were coming down. So they needed to get more sticky users. So we came in and then we did optimizations. We built a library of content for them. And content, of course, is king, but distribution is the emperor, is like the kingmaker. So we built a library of content for them because people in that consideration stage, when you educate them, they tend to trust you more. And trust is the currency of content. So when you educate people, they trust you more because this person is thinking, oh, I want to buy a car, and this man is spent so much money to create content to educate me about this car. To the extent that, and I was at that stage a few months ago, I needed to change my car, and I'm thinking, okay, this and this, and I'm like, so I went to his site and I found out that the car that was the least likeliest for me had the highest amount of horsepower, and as a petrol head, as a man, of course, horsepower is the currency of vehicles, the torque, the amount of torque it produces, and all those metrics. So, and then by being educated, I trusted that platform a lot because I'm like, okay, these guys have they've turned me practically into an automobile expert. Of course, who will I give my money to? Is that person that has educated me. Other than that person that has just, like Temu now, ads all over the place. Everyone is complaining. Temu is chasing me all over the place. But you see that trust factor. If there's that company that has educated you about that product you're about to buy, compared to Temu that has spent all that money, initially, Temu will win the race, the marketing race or the sales race. But as time goes on, Temu starts to get saturated. And I think we're getting to that point now with Temu where everyone just like, Temu, yeah, whatever. But then if Temu now steps in, brings an SEO expert and says, okay, you know what, we want to become more sticky. We want our users to become more sticky. And then build a content library. People come in, you educate them about the product, lots of, maybe when it comes to fashion, your size, education about size, when it comes to electronics, education about how it works. You see, that trust factor now leads their cost of customer acquisition to go down because they say that in the Google search result, the top 3 results gets about 80% of the sales. So what we now do for our clients is to get you to the top 3 results. There are lots of optimizations we do, from technical optimization to content to off-page. And as small business owners, Google My Business like your entry-level SEO. If you have a Google My Business profile, you should be optimizing that with all the relevant pain points of your customers. What are their pain points? What are the problems you want to solve for them? You have it on your Google My Business profile. If you cannot afford a website, there's free Google sites that you can create. I think it's google.sites. You can create a free website in a few minutes, and you connect to the Google My Business profile. You have your reviews. You have your pictures of you are already doing SEO. Because when someone searches food vendor in Unilag, and then you pop up on that Google My Business, or they now call it Google Map listing, and you pop up on that Google Map listing, you are like 80% more likely to get sales than someone who does not have that listing. So in the long run, for small businesses, SEO might not be the best starting option for you. You might have to run a bit of ads, to get your initial sales. But when you now start to get to the point where you now approach our madam for help with investors, you need that stickiness. And I'm sure lifetime value is one of the metrics you guys look at. You know, the lifetime value is how much one customer is worth to you in their lifetime. So if I end up buying a car from Mr. A who has educated me, I'll probably want to go back to him when I want to change that car. I'll be like, okay, Mr. A, I need your help. Oh, this car, I need to upgrade this car. Oh, I want to buy for my wife. It's my daughter's 18-year-old birthday. Oh, no, go to Mr. A. Because why? Trust factor. So trust is the currency. And the more we create content, you know, the more we optimize this website or these companies for search engine optimization, the more we build that trust factors for their customers, and the more we increase their lifetime value. So, and that makes them, you know, sales increases and they also pay us more. So,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So I've learned that, you see, you need to have a digital footprint, create content, educate your audience. Educating people about your product or your service is like the easiest thing that you can do because you know it better. So because of time, I'm going to be taking final thoughts right now, and I'm going to align it such that because I have several questions. So for Barbara, your final words, and in 30 seconds to 1 minute, I want you to align it towards, you know, some people get funding. Once they just get money, they disappear into thin air, like they are enjoying their life when it's supposed to be spent on the business. You know, how do SMEs, you know, make sure that they still align with the expectations of those who invest into their business on one hand for you. And then for you, Betty, I want you to also speak, as last final words, you know, towards, you know, best strategies that, you know, we can use, because I see that you've done stuff with Tony Lumelu, you do a lot of mentorship. And what are the best strategies that you can use to attract and retain customers? Because in the end, you are getting funding, but you want your business to be productive as such. And sir, for your final words, I want you to also just let us know particular, you know, since you have said for startups now, it's not advisable for startups to really do SEO. Maybe it's quite expensive. What are the some technologies that we can leverage, or, you know, what platforms can we do, you know, some create some digital presence as such, so that we can be out there. So I will start with Barbara, then Betty, and then I'll come to you. Yes.
So my advice to small businesses, small and medium scale businesses, is to really know your customer. Really know your customer, build products that are solving real problems in their lives, and focus on building your customer base and increasing your revenue. Your first option should not be to raise money. Yes, you can raise that initial capital from family and friends that believe in you, but you also have to give them something to believe in before they will give you money that, oh, they believe. You have to do some level of groundwork, some personal investment by yourself. You have to show some traction so that when you meet that uncle or that auntie or that friend that has some loose 200K or 500K to give you, that they can see something, and then because they believe in you, they give you that initial startup capital. You will use that startup capital to create a product that the customer will like and will keep on coming back to you and referring people to you, so that you can grow your customer base, grow your revenue, and, you know, create more product lines, you know, like build structure around your businesses. Your first instinct should not be to raise VC funding or, you know, go and collect big money that somebody will take a chunk of your business. Focus on building your customer base. That is more sustainable than collecting VC funding. That's why we see a lot of people are collecting VC funding, they are disappearing, they are misappropriating funds and all of that, without truly building a product that people want to use. You are building a product that is just good in your head, and then you find some suckers that will give you money, and then there's nothing to show for it. You are closing down within a year of fundraising. So build a product that people want, and trust me, word of mouth, referrals, of course, things like SEO, you will do excellently well. You build a business that you'll be proud of and that other people will believe in and buy into. People will even be throwing money at you.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you. So we'd like to hear.
So Frederick said something, that they built library of content. Content is key. As SME owner, you must be strategic when you are creating content for your business. Because one thing that is very important is if you don't put yourself out there, nobody will see you. And how will people see you? It depends on the kind of content you put out there. Secondly, as a startup, try to document, show behind the scenes, show what you are doing, show the milestones. I gave an example now. The guy keeps talking about it every day. Doing that, some people will call, oh, we want to do one party, please supply us. I want to take something to orphanage homes, go and do for them. Make yourself visible. Push yourself out. Tell the whole world what you are doing. And by the time people see that today you are here, tomorrow you are here, next 3 days you are here, it will give them that trust that they want. And try to educate your clients, your customers about your product. If they don't know what you are selling, they won't know what they need to buy from you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we would like to hear from Frederick. Okay.
Sorry. I just wanted to share the website again. So it's vc4a.com. So vc4a.com. If you are a business owner here, then go to the website, look at all that we have for entrepreneurs. It's completely free for entrepreneurs. You're not paying a dime for access to any information, access to mentors, registering your business on the platform. So please try and leverage the platform as much as you can.
Thank you so much.
So, content is the future, but I have a mantra from one of my marketing mentors, Ross Simmons. He says, create once, distribute forever. So as much as content is...
Can you take that again?
Yeah.
Please, right.
Create once, distribute forever. So as much as content might be king, but distribution is the kingmaker. Because without distribution, your king is just going to be probably somewhere, being a bricklayer or something, unless the kingmaker is ready to make the king before it. So distribution is like the lifeblood of content. And as it is right now, she has said it, content, you have to be strategic about creating content, but I'm going to focus on distribution. So a lot of business owners are shy to distribute their content. They are always, I don't know what the issue is, but they are forming. So I was at a conference last year, Mad Marketing by Miss Chioma, and that conference blew my mind because I saw women with kids from their sitting room creating businesses and shamelessly distributing their content on social media. And at a point, one of the ladies said she was running ads with 30 million naira per month. Picture that. She's running ads with 30 million naira monthly, which means her revenue is in 7-8 figures. And this started from her distributing shamelessly. So you can't just create content and let it die in your library or let it die on one channel or let it die on Instagram. You have to keep iterating. That's what we call A and B testing. So you have to test all sorts of content. Today you are creating this kind of content. Tomorrow you are creating the other type of content. You have to continually iterate. And then when you find what works, double down and distribute it. In fact, there have to be an element of lack of shame as a business owner. Trust me, in my own business, in my early years, maybe these days I've become a bit of a big boy. I don't post on Twitter anymore. In those days, you find me every day talking about my craft on Twitter. A lot of the CEOs in tech found me on Twitter because I shamelessly spoke about the things I did, the results I had, the business, the results we've had for business, how you can start, search engine optimization and all these things. So there have to be some element of lack of shame as a business owner. You have to hawk your business. You go carry your business for head, you go hawk them. And that is how to distribute shamelessly. You can't be forming, in the early years of your business, it's never going to be easy. So it might be very sweet for me to say, create content, but your content will just die on Instagram. So you have to find new platforms to distribute your content. WhatsApp stories, WhatsApp channel, WhatsApp this, WhatsApp that. I heard of Red Note recently. There's a new app, Red Note. I heard of this coming up. I heard of I'm sure if I go on Red Note, I'll probably find Ninja Brand Chick. I'll probably find her already creating content for, and that's how, and in the conference, Mad Marketing, she showed a factory that she had built. That factory was on a street named after her, and it all started from Instagram, creating content on Instagram, distributing shamelessly. I'll probably go on Red Note or some weird app and I'll find her distributing there already. And that's how tenacious and that's how shameless these people are selling their business. So it might be very cliche to say, oh, create content, but trust me, content is as good as the channels we are distributing it. So, and it's the same thing with SEO, because we can be creating content, if the optimization is not there for the distribution to come in, the content just dies wherever you've published it. So you have to be willing to shamelessly distribute your content. You have to find new channels. New channels are popping up every day. I'm also becoming a Gen Z myself, trying to create content for TikTok. As weird as that looks to me, but I have to look for I have to tap in, because I think I saw one of my top mentor in the marketing space, Vusi Tembekwayo, talked about how much money his agency has made from TikTok. I'm like, wow. And I'm forming, bro, carry that camera and create this content for TikTok. Because, you have to, leverage these channels, find new channels to distribute your content. In the beginning, your content will be whack, of course. No one starts a business at the level of perfection it will get to. But the more you create, the more you iterate, it becomes better. I love content. Content marketing is the future of marketing, because it gets to a point where, ads is good. Ads is like the first food you give a child when they grow up. But content marketing and search engine optimization is like the EBA that child now start to eat when they start to run, when they start to jump table. If you have a toddler here, you will understand what I mean. When you have a toddler here and jumps from here down, that's what happened with content. Content is when you now start to scale, mature. So today, create once, distribute forever.
Thank you so much. A resounding round of applause to all our indefatigable panelists. Thank you so much for sharing your wealth of insight. And on behalf of the organizers, I want to say thank you. And on behalf of my audience, I believe I can ask that we can connect with you on LinkedIn. Okay, so we have their names, so let's check them out on LinkedIn. And I think the code should be that I attended the SME Fest, and I believe that you will get a warm reception. Please, let's have a group picture together before you see it. Yes.
So before the group picture, you can please have your seat. We want to still take more from them, true of us. Can they still give us more stuffs? So please, want to have a time to take your questions. Just very few persons. You have questions you want to ask them right now, you can just come up. And right before I give room for you to ask your question, I want to invite an inspiring young professional that is in our midst that will also join them on the stage in responding to the question. He has a vast experience when it comes to funding, angel investment, and he's going to also respond to some of our questions. So please, I want you to join me and put your hands together for Jeffrey. So please, if you have a question, let me just see your hands very quickly. I'm going to take a number, and then the mic is going to come to you. A question, I can see one, and then number 1, number 2, who else again? Number 3, number 4. Let's take the 4 questions for now.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Talking about building traction from the beginning. And you mentioned about doing some little things, but I feel that would apply when you are doing tangible, physical stuff. Like when you are doing something digital, you may be making progress, but you're not in the market yet. You've not started selling, and only you and your team knows the progress you're making. And you want to seek funding. So, I don't know. Maybe you get what I'm trying to say.
So, there's always a way of tracking things, right? As a small business owner, if you are running a service-based business, right, you have to have a software. For example, how many of us here know Bumper? So Bumper can help you track marketing campaigns, track your numbers, track sales, a lot of things. So you will have a dashboard, because you cannot seek for investment if you don't have your numbers. If they're asking you questions around, oh, what's your operational expensive? How much overhead costs do you have? What is your burn rate? Things like that. And you don't have numbers. You have to bring it out from somewhere, and you have to have it ready to be able to analyze, to know even how much you need to raise and all of that. So if you are not already tracking those numbers with a software, everything cannot be on Excel. Do you understand? You have to be using a software to run your business. And thankfully, we have a homegrown solution like Get Bumper. I don't know anybody there. It's just a shameless plug, because it is a good product for a small business and affordable. You pay in Naira, you don't pay in dollars. So if you are not using a software, Get Bumper, go to getbumper.com and, get a license. If it's only one user you pay for a year, do that and get your business online so that you can see the numbers, so that you can see your business at a glance. You can make informed decisions. You can, analyze your data easily, because they will help you with dashboards and reports and things like that. So you have to have a place that you can pull information from, so you can give the investors and show them that you mean business.
Okay, I want to add something to it, to what she said. I've worked with enough startups, and I've heard this in so many strategy meetings, that what you cannot track, you can't scale. So if you can't track things, then you can't scale it, because you can't know if the effort you're putting in is paying off. You don't know the numbers behind. If you don't know the numbers behind your business, then nobody will give you money to scale what they don't know the numbers behind. I've seen a lot of pitch deck in my days to know that the part where the investors spend the most time is the roadmap and the financial projections, because that's where they see the numbers behind the business, and that's what tells them, oh, this is viable enough. Even though this is at the earliest stage, but this has enough promise, to give us returns on our. Of course, everything for the investor is the ROI on whatever they're putting in. So if they can track the fact that in the last 3 months you're growing at XYZ Q on Q, then they can project that, so in the next 4, 5, 6 quarters, you'll be growing at XYZ, rate. So that's whatever you can track, then you can get scale for.
Thank you so much. So what we will do now is we'll take the other questions together. Just come out number 2, 3, and 4, so I can distribute the questions accordingly. So where are the other people who have questions? Please come out. Yes. Where's the mic? Okay.
Good afternoon, panelists. The question I want to ask is not completely, out of what you talked about, it might be a bit out of it, but it's so long as it covers the entrepreneurship, business generally, I think it's ideal I ask. What counsel can you give to a startup who's been in business for like 4 years, started with little to no capital, because whether we like it or not, every business that must succeed needs capital. Start with little to no capital and try to just building gradually, but one uninformed decision. It was like everything just crashed. And like was starting from zero. And now he's now into debt. In fact, he's now into a state of bankruptcy, no asset to offset debts, and he's still willing to do this business because he thrived at some period of time until a decision that was not well calculated or not very informed, and that turned everything around. How do you help? What counsel can you give to such a person to come out from the state of bankruptcy and revive the business and continue offsetting those debts? Because like the creditors are after the person, there is no source to settle the debts, and and he still want to do the business. He doesn't want to just leave the business around because he has really invested much, like got the business certified, like getting the necessary CSC, documentation, everything, but just one decision turn the business around, and it's like starting from zero. So what counsel can you give to a person? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I would like Jeffrey to speak to that, and Betty share some ideas, but we'll get the other questions too, please.
All right. Good afternoon, Saz and Ma. So my question goes to Ms. Betty. She spoke on scalability for a small scale business. So Ma, okay, let me say I'm a natural hairstylist, like a growing business, and let me just say, as you're making the money, you have other expenses, and you're trying to be like, well, later, you have your plans. Okay, this is the picture I have for my brand. This is what I want to do. But then, as you're making the money, you're still using it to meet up with some other expenses. So what should I say an advice can you give for such business to grow, and what other things can I do? And my second question is the search engine optimization. How can I go about it? I don't know. I've just been hearing search engine optimization, but I really don't have a picture of how to go about it. So that's my second question.
All right, thank you. So the first one to Betty and the second one to...
Good
okay,
afternoon.
please. Yes,
thank you
Fred.
very much for this opportunity. My question is, as a startup, you are building a brand where you know that you are not different, but you want to be different. You know that if you put out your business out there, there's nothing new online, there's nothing new on social media, but you want to have a particular audience because you deliver services. So my question is, how can you get such audience? And you know you deliver quality work. Now for us that we have our own services online, our own services are online. So how can you get people to actually patronize you?
Okay, thank you. So Barbara and Jeffrey, you also speak to that. So I think that's all the questions. So let's go from you, and then we'll come to you. So just...
Okay, so starting from the last question. First of all, my name is Jeffrey Akemo, and I'm from Launch Africa Ventures. So essentially, we're a seed-stage investor that focuses on investing across Africa. So to date, we have about 153 investments across 24 African countries. So we're very Pan-African in that sense. We do fund businesses at the early stage, pre-seed and seed. So yes, so that's a bit about who I am and what we do. So in terms of the last question, the thing you really want to think about is what's the business USP, right? What's the unique selling proposition? What makes that business different from their competitors, right? So even within Nigerian ecosystem, we have a lot of payment gateways, but each of the payment gateways are slightly differentiated. Some typically cater to B2B businesses, some typically cater to like big, larger corporations, the banks, and so forth. So you have to think about where is the gap within the current value chain that your business's product can easily plug into, and then market yourself to clients or consumers within those spaces. So I would say you have to do, it's like a strategy session, right? You have to think about it, that what are we doing, where is it needed, and where are the gaps that we can fill in. So it might be that you need to expand your product offering a little bit to cover new areas, or you need to go deeper within your current product offering. So let's say you do healthcare, right? So maybe you distribute health insurance through USSD products like Wella Health Stores and businesses like that. You're not trying to see, okay, how can you go broader, right? How can you offer a broad range of services? How can you include SMEs into that product? So those are ways to approach that. So I'll give it to Barbara to answer the next question.
Natural hairstylist, right? We spoke about scalability. If you don't forget, when we started, I mentioned something about having a business plan. Do you have a business plan? Do you have it written out? So you don't have a business plan. You can't have your business plan in your head. Because I heard you said you have pictures. You can't have pictures in your head. That's why you see people, they talk about vision board and the likes. You must have a business plan. You are a natural hairstylist. What are the other things that goes with natural hair? Someone that wants to style their natural hair with you. We have products like shea butter, coconut oil, and the likes. I don't know. You must have other complementing products that goes with it. So while you are styling the hair, you can see that this person have dandruff. You recommend Oh, you have dandruff. Why don't you use this particular cream? I have one handcrafted. I made it to perfection. Will you try it? Even if you don't know how to do it. It doesn't mean that you should be the one to do it. You can do white labeling. Someone that is doing it and you know it's working well, you go and meet the person. This cream I want you to be giving me. If the person is selling 250 grams, tell them I want to package my own 50 grams. Then you put your own label on it. That's why you must have your business plan. You can't have it in your head. And one thing that is very important is you can't do business without strategizing how you want to get it done. Honestly, I bet you will spend the money. As it's coming, but when money is coming in, you already know that you want to do white labeling. You know how much you need to put into the white labeling, right? You earmark it. Oh, I need this 50,000 to get this done. By the time I buy this thing for 50,000, I will make profit of 25,000. So if you are running business and there's no inflow, my dear, you will close up. There's nothing around it. You won't have choice. It's either you close the business up or you be robbing Peter to pay Paul. As we are doing this, okay, I will give you when I finish. So before you do the next service, you have spent the money. It's about discipline. It's about being strategic and have it written down. Check out your competitors. Other people that are natural hairstylists, what are the other things that they are doing? Does that answer your question? Okay, then the other man that is the man in Lilac, yeah, it's a very dicey one. But the truth is, at times things go wrong. To the level of bankruptcy, that you have debt to pay. Number one, you have to halt first. Itemize, get the amount of money that you are owing, the number of people you are owing. You now have to be strategic, because you can't be in debt and you say you are running business and it doesn't. What can I do to offset this debt? If it means you doing getting a job to get the money paid, or you do drop shipping, that's where money is, and most people don't know. Everybody wants to own their business. During COVID, that everything was down, I was on my bed and I made profit of 160,000. I did drop shipping. No, I didn't touch anything. I didn't use my own money. Somebody is selling, and I said I can help you sell. I put it on my WhatsApp. The person is selling 1-1. I turned it to bundle. Buy 12, get so discounts. And let me shock you. Making it bundle, I times 3 the money. And I told people, if you can't buy up to 12, tell your friend, tell all of you, come together. So when they are doing the delivery, they will deliver it to the one person. Everybody will share it. I'm telling you, I got bulk order. I'm telling you. So, but today everybody says, it's my business, it's my business. As I'm sitting here, in fact, somebody asked me, said, Madam Betty, are you selling jewelry again? I said, yes. I'm advertising for my sister. But I'm actually selling. I joined different groups from trade fair. I sell earring, I sell chain, I sell glasses. You see anything on me, you ask me, I tell you, I did it. That is it. That's how to be. Anything I tell you, I'm telling you from experience. I'm not just here and say, that's why I'm happy to mentor people. I didn't just start that I'm into tech. No. I'm a goldsmith. I'm a tailor. I make juice. So, and you see, when he was talking about SEO, when it comes to tech, I'm self-taught. Because when you call young guys, then they will be telling you, go and bring 50 million. At the end of the day, they will collect money from you. They won't do it. And I asked myself, what is it, that thing that they are doing? And I sat down. I looked into it. I was, okay, this time around, I need a trainer. I went for training, and that's it. And today, I have a digital marketing agency. I have a digital skills academy. Yes. So you have to, when it's time to tell yourself the truth, when you are down, you are down. You can't be anywhere more than down. After down is up. Yes, now, when you are down, when you are on the ground, is there any other place apart from the ground? No. After down, it's up. So you have to be sincere with yourself. Now I'm owing, if it means going to get 9 to 5 job, if they are paying you 100,000, you already know that out of the 100,000, apart from your salary, and maybe to eat, the rest you use it to pay the debt. Then you give yourself time. You can't build on nothing. That's the truth. I think that answers your question. Now, the Mr. Services. That's my story. It's so interesting. When I came into tech, I was frustrated. I wanted to run out because all my savings from other business, I was just spending it. When I talked to this person, with your age, what can you do? Somebody paid me and she called back that I should refund her money. That I should go and look for young people that are, I'll say, you come back to me. But I have someone that I trained from. And I went to meet him. I said, boss, you are making money. He told me something. He said, it took me 10 years to get here. Madam, you are just 2 years. Calm down. That's one. Two, I wanted to do the business like him because I trained from him. But he told me, he said, you have to find your niche. You are a woman. You are in so many associations as a businesswoman. Why don't you focus on women? From there, I now sat down. What can I do? So today, if I tell you that I'm a digital empowerment strategist, I'll tell you, narrowed down to women from age 25 to 65. So I will tell them that even though you are 50, whenever you wake up is your time. So when you see me, I did lots of trainings last year. And do you know this has gotten me job with the American Embassy, with GIZ, and the likes. Because nobody wants to train old women. But I train them with joy. So find your niche. Right?
So I wanted to speak to the natural hair stylist. Are you a student? Okay. Do you have a friend or family member that is really good with money that can hold you accountable? Fantastic. Everybody there's one person within your circle that you know can save for Africa. So leverage that person. For me, it's my sister. My sister is fantastic with money. She's also a business owner. And so she keeps me accountable with my finances. So if you need someone, you can't do life without people. You can't do business, especially without a community of, whether it's peer mentors, whether it's much older mentors, people that can hold you accountable, people that you can bounce ideas off of. So get that friend. Tell your friend, this is what I'm trying to achieve with my business. While you are writing your vision and making it plain and getting a business plan, tell that person, I want to stop eating my business money. Do you understand? So when I make X amount of money, I'm going to remove this amount and give it to you. Don't go and meet somebody that will chop your money. You know the person is disciplined. So start with that. That person will rub off on you. You won't always, not mismanage your money. There's hope. So start first of all with getting accountability and get that person to check in with you every so often. So as often as you make sales, maybe at the end of a week, at the end of the month, you guys sit down and say, okay, how much? And then that person can even say, oh, you've not sent me anything this week. How far? Do you understand? So having that level of accountability will help you to, be more financially responsible.
Yeah. So to the man that asked about finding his audience, I'm going to go into a bit of audience psychology now, because when you do marketing 101, there's a lot of audience psychology. And I need to see a level of obsession. You have to be some sort of a mad scientist when it comes to figuring out your audience. So there's this exercise we used to do in my CIM class. We used to say, when you wake up in the morning, greet your audience. You find their age, of course, you know the age level or age group of your audience. Like you said, 25 to 50 was our target audience. So when you know the age group of your audience, you wake up in the morning, you greet your audience. Audience, you give your audience a name. Okafor, Mr. Okafor, good morning, sir. After waking up in the bed, what's the first thing you do, sir? Okay, pick my phone, I pray. Okay, write it down. I pick my phone, I read Punch. Okay, Punch, write it down. I drink coffee. Okay, write it down. I open my laptop. You need to break down your audience's day, step by step, from what they do when they wake up to the last thing they do before they go to bed. And then in those activities they do, you find where they call an area of congregation. So for instance, our wonderful Gen Zs, I salute you now. When they wake up in the morning at TikTok, till they go to bed in TikTok. So if you are selling a product for Gen Zs and you are going to Facebook to advertise, or you're on your own. So you know that area of congregation for your audience. If you want to talk about Jesus is Lord, you know where to go, right? If you want to talk about Allah Akbar, you know where to go. It's that same level of obsession you have to put into figuring out the area of congregation for your audience. Because when you figured out their name, in fact, there's the things we call the pain points. So when you figure out where they congregate, then you now figure out what's that thing that makes Mr. Okafor's blood pressure rise. When you figure out what makes his blood pressure rise, does my product solve it? Trust me, the day you figure this out, that's the day you become a multimillionaire. Period. Zuckerberg figured it out. Elon Musk have figured it out. All of the richest people on earth have figured out. Do you think Elon Musk buying Twitter was just because he has so much money? The man is not stupid. Tesla has not spent a dime on marketing in years because they do all the marketing on Twitter. So what's the most logical thing for the CEO of Tesla to do? Buy up the platform and own the medium, the channel, distribution. You can see the man distributes his Tesla, SpaceX, shamelessly. There's an analysis I saw that it said Elon Musk tweets on an average of 300 times in one day. And most of it is, of course, minus the political banter, most of it is tweeting about SpaceX, about Tesla. Bro is the richest man on earth, and he's shamelessly hawking his product. He has figured out his audience, and he's shamelessly reaching out to them. So you have to figure out your audience. You have to give them a name. You have to figure out where they congregate. You have to figure out what makes them sad, and then position your product to fix that problem, and you become rich. That's my answer to him. Then to the natural hairstylist, thank you. I'm going to give you a very practical solution to search engine optimization. Pick up your phone and search for natural hairstylist and let Google complete the location for you. For every time Google completes that location, for every location Google adds to the end of that query, means that an average of 1,000 people a month are searching for your product in that location. So the more you, and because you are for small businesses, I would not say invest in SEO now. I'm very honest about it. I get a flood of small businesses come to my LinkedIn saying, I want to work with you. I'm like, hey, sorry. Because I don't want to take your money and then at the end of the day, you start dragging me on Twitter that I didn't get the results. So I have to, of course, I have to find my target audience. I can't be preaching it and not practicing it. So what I would advise you to do is find aggregators. And one of the biggest aggregator in Nigeria is Gigi. You have to be on Gigi, positioned as the best natural hairstylist in Lagos. If you are not there right now, you should do that at the end of this class. Go to Facebook Marketplace, because I know I'm starting to notice that the older generation, natural hairstyle is coming back in vogue for the older generation. So Facebook Marketplace, the best natural hairstylist in Lagos. Trust me. Then there are other platforms. I know of Fresha, FRSHA, aggregates a lot of beauty people. You should be there listed as the best natural hairstylist in Lagos. There are other platforms to aggregators you can find, because if you can't invest in SEO, then you should find aggregators that are already doing it very well. Because when you are on those platforms, they put you out there. You might have to pay for some to be on some, but I know for GG it's almost free. For Facebook Marketplace it's mostly free. For Fresher it's mostly free. And then you have to be on Google My Business as the best natural hairstylist in Lagos. If you're on all of these platforms, you see that then every time you make hair for someone, you open your Google My Business and say, Ejoma, Efumini review. You open it and tell her, please type in your review. So they type, and reviews are like your vote. You know when we go to the polling booth to vote, every one of them that voted for our president actually is saying that, oh, this man is the best man for the job. So that's a review. For every time you voted for the president, you are giving him a 5-star review that he's the best man for the job. So everybody you make hair for, you should let them vote for you. So the more, reviews are like the currency when it comes to SEO. Of course, in more technical terms, we call them backlinks, of course. But the more you get people to review you on those platforms, the higher those algorithms say, I think this lady she calls herself the best natural hairstylist in Lagos. And a lot of people are voting for her as the best. So of course she's the best. I'll put her at the top. And then the amount of customers you get start to increase, and then you become a multimillionaire.
Thank you so much. I've heard a lot of things about, you spoke about segmentation, targeting, and positioning. You spoke a lot of insights, and they are actionable insights. So I'm hoping that when we go back, we would, you are not just going to be an over-motivated underachiever, like someone used to say. When we go back, we'll go to put these things in practice. I want to appreciate you for your time. And with a resounding round of applause, let's appreciate our panelists. Please, let's do that picture now, because I will not let you go unless you take a picture with me.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for them once again. Thank you very much. I think that we've learned practical action steps that we would take going forward that would apply in our businesses at this time. I want to congratulate you once again for being in this very strategic event as a business owner and as an individual. Right now, we'll be recognizing our partners, our various partners in this event. We have quite a number of partners. First, I'd like to start with the Jasper SME Hub. A round of applause for Jasper SME Hub. Yes, thank you very much. So, as we all know, Jasper SME Hub is the host for this event, and Jasper SME Hub is the host for this event. Give me a minute, please. Okay, the Jasper SME Hub is an SME accelerator and business school supporting the growth of thousands of emerging businesses through the 3 pillars: products, programs, and partnerships for SME growth. It will interest you to know that one of the speakers mentioned some of the products that you need as a small business owner, and you need some account keeping and e-commerce services, and Jasper SME Hub offers those products to help you manage your account and manage your books. So this is very important for us as business owners. I remember that one of the facilitators in the first panel session mentioned the importance of keeping your books, and this is one of the things that Jasper SME Hub does. They also offer trainings for businesses and small-scale businesses. Other partners we have here are United Capital, UCEE Microfinance Bank, NITHUB, VC4A, and WeFlow. I believe that their representatives are here, and they would have 1 or 2 things to say to us. Yes, I'd just like to speak to, while our partners are coming up, I'd just like to speak to some of the services and some of the remarkable things that I identified as some of the services that our various partners offer. One that stands out for me is VC4A. I actually did check their website, and I see that actually they have quite a number of trainings that business owners would need to know or need to take up. A lot of courses, legal courses. As a business owner, sometimes you are literally the alpha and the omega of your business, and you need to know from things relating to finance, to legal, tech, and all of that. And they have that for you. So please, our partners, you could just come over and sit down here so that we could hand over the mic to you to give your presentation. We also have NIT Hub, NITDA IT Hub in Unilag. It drives tech innovations by being the bridge between academia, industry, startups, and investors interested in enhancing the digital economy of the nation, promoting IT for industrialization. VC4A and Partners is a startup academy that offers direct access to expertise proven to work for entrepreneurs. It will also interest you to know that the Jasper SME Hub has its bookkeeping app that is, okay, so we have our, yes, you could just give them a mic. All right, thank you very much. Yeah, while that is going on, I just want to mention that the Jasper SME Hub has its bookkeeping app, and you could also check that on your Play Store to download it. So I'd just like to yield the floor to United Capital. You have the floor. Yeah, thank you. 1 minute. You have 1 minute to tell us about your business and how we can work with you. Thank you.
I'm Princess Obunyano. I'm from United Capital. So United Capital is a financial services group that manages over 8 businesses. And these businesses are asset management, security trading, trustees, wealth management, investment banking, consumer finance, and our sister company, UC Microfinance Bank. United Capital as a group is managing over 2 trillion naira and more. United Capital is also the best, in fact, the second known asset management company in Nigeria. We've been around for over 60 years. We've been so much around over 60 years. So we have several products that we manage under our asset management, and we have about 9 mutual funds. So these 9 mutual funds, we have what we call money market, global fixed income fund, stable income fund, United Capital Sukuk fund, United Capital Eurobond fund, United Capital Equity fund, the Capital Balance fund, the Capital Wealth for Women fund, and all of that. But I want to throw more light on one of our products, which is the money market. And I want to draw a more concise and a more elaborate understanding and throwing more light on this money market so that we all can benefit from this. You know, our panelists, they spoke more on how we're going to do on how we're going to, you know, pick up in our businesses and make it much more availability for our audience. So one of the things United Capital can do for you when you invest in our money market, one of the things we do for you is that we help you to achieve a savings culture. And this savings culture, for instance, if you open our money market account, let's say for instance, because basically you can open this money market account with just 10,000 naira. Once you open this account as a business owner and you want to save up maybe a capital for another project, or maybe to, you know, make sure that this your business grows more than what you have at the moment. What happens to this account? When you open this money market account, you have a minimum of 20 to 22% interest on your money. And this interest is spread out over a year. We have a dividend payout for every 90 days. Which means we pay this dividend 4 times in a year. Every quarter there's a dividend payout. And you can leverage on this our dividend payout by when you invest every 90 days, the accrued interest can either be rolled over on your capital. What I mean by that is, for instance, I have 10,000 naira, and in 3 months, I have an accrued interest maybe of 1,000 naira, and I'm rolling over. If I add that 1,000 naira on my 10,000, I'm having 11,000 for the next quarter, right? So imagine when you save up like that for a whole year. I believe with this, few explanations, you will do well to invest in our money market. And trust me, with all that we have heard here today, you will do well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. A round of applause for United Capital. There were some things you did not mention. Let me mention it. United Capital is listed on the floor of the Nigerian Stock Exchange. You can own them by buying their shares. So just buy all of them.
Right.
Yeah. All right. Okay, and also just to mention that their stand is outside. If you've been very observant, you would have noticed their stand by left, right? When you're coming in, right? Okay, when you're coming in by your left, all right. So that stand is outside, just after the entrance, before you enter into the hall. So please do well to visit their stand to know more about their product offerings. I know that there is a representative from Jasper SME Hub. You could come up now. While he's coming up, please, I'm actually very serious about that. You could. Okay, UCE. Okay, so that would be after Jasper SME Hub. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. SMEFest 2025. SMEFest 2025. All right, good afternoon once again. So, we've had a number of speakers come up, and they've mentioned, ways and how we can boost, our businesses in turn of, of course, would boost the economy. There are a number of tools, you can use as a business to boost, how you sell, make your business, be better. Say, for example, I sell drinks, right? I sell Coke, or let me use, for example, fruit juice, right? Now, I don't want to limit my sales to people who just come into my shop and buy one, buy two, right? Now, I can look at other ways of selling my, fruit juice, and I want to look at organizations, right? I know of some organizations who would, they provide, for their staffs, say drinks when they come into the office, or fruits. I want to look at ways I can sell to these people, right? Rather than waiting for people to come to my store to buy one, to buy two. I want to go, into organizations, lock contracts, and look at how and ways I can sell, in bulk, rather than selling one and twos. Now, you want to sell to people like that, you don't just go and you sell the same way you're selling to somebody who's walking to your store. In cases like that, you have invoices, you have ways you keep proper data about these people and about these organizations. So in cases like that, you need to have a proper record of sales like this, organizations like this, times you need to deliver to these people, right? Now, one of the places I've, worked, it's a thing where we do Fruity Thursday, yeah? And every Thursday by exactly noon, fruits will be available at the office for everybody. Now, say I'm the person supplying these fruits. I want to keep to time, right? I want to have records of organizations I need to supply to at a particular time. This would mean me keeping records, right? Now, this brings me to what Jasper would offer. Now, Jasper as an organization, we offer tools for SMEs to keep data, to keep record, and make you, boost your sales. Now, we have tools for financial management. We have tools for data keeping. Like Barbara came up earlier and she mentioned, something around you keeping proper data. Not just, of course, I know how elaborate Excel can be for you, right? But you don't want to go, into organizations and you just tell them, oh, you bought 10, bottles of this, and writing that on a sheet of paper. You need to do that properly on, proper documentation, right? You give them invoice, you give them receipt of sales, and, it sometimes also would include maybe them raising POs, right? Purchase orders. Now, you have to keep that, there are proper ways of having your POs. You don't just write these things with paper and biro. Now, these are the tools Jasper SME would offer to you. Now, we have financial management tools, like I mentioned. You have inventory and supply chain tools, which, of course, would help you keep proper data of these organizations. We have sales and customer relationship tools. Of course, I want to know how many organizations I'm selling to. I want to know how many customers need my product at a particular time, at a particular day. Say, for example, I sell food, right? Aside from the people coming to my store or people ordering online, I want to look at ways, to sell more. Say you work for company A, company B, company C. I walk up to your companies. I want to, sell lunch to your staffs, right? This would mean me, of course, lunch should be somewhere around 1, 2, right? I want to keep to that time, right? So for every customer, I know what time they need, their lunch. I want to keep to the time. I have record for every customer, in this case, organizations. For me to keep, a very good relationship with you, I need to, before your lunchtime, have your food ready at the office. For the next company, I want to do the same thing. This, of course, means you keeping proper data and, record of when and, how you go about these businesses. You don't want to, once one of the speakers came up and said something about keeping good relationship, which is also one of the ways you get grants at the end of the day, right? So if historically, my customers, previous customers are saying, about how good my services are, how, I've been able to serve them well. It means, investors can believe in me about how well I'll do even when I'm, at a bigger and larger scale. So yes, customer relationship tools are some of the things we offer. Marketing tools and project management tools. And lastly, I'll mention operational tools. We have some benefits you get, right, when you join SME community, right? The Jasper SME community is, we have a number of, masterclass events that we hold, right, which of course is paid. So we have masterclass, events we hold for SMEs, and in classes like this, you get to know how, even as a small business or as a medium business, you can tap into the larger, scale and make your money, real time from these organizations. I'll try to mention something, real brief on that. But then for Jasper, we have, our tools, like I mentioned. All of these are on the, on our website, and we also have our app that will be launching soon. And you signing up would mean at inception, you have to, you get access to all of these tools for free. So you have the QR code on the screen now, and I would like, you to scan this and sign up on the website. So all of these tools I've mentioned are things you get to access for now for free. And once we launch on, and you're able to download all of this app on Play Store, it would, it would be paid at that point. So for now till then, you get to use, the app for free. So while I still, say something real brief about one of those things I mentioned earlier, I would like you to bring out your phone and scan this and, sign up on the website.
Please let's all scan the code that is being shared now. We can register. This is what Jasper does. We don't only organize SME Fest. There are particular services you can enjoy as a growing business. So you can just put in your details there, sign in right now, and then you can get the conversation rolling afterwards. You guys are doing very well. Please, more persons, bring out your phone, scan the code.
So while you scan the code and while you set up your account, I want to say, real brief, why this would help and some of the benefits you get from this. Firstly, this is cost effective. It doesn't cost an arm and a leg, trust me. You don't need to pay so much to get access to all of these tools I've mentioned, right? And secondly is it is customizable. If there's a thing your business need, you can always mention this to us and we look for ways to implement for you, right? And it suits your business need. And of course, lastly is accessibility. This is accessible, across all of your devices, of course, which the same thing your customers would, use their devices. This is very much accessible. So that, and one of the things I wanted to mention, some of the benefits you get in, the Jasper SME community is, say for example, there's this thing about small businesses, small business owners, right? Or medium scale business owners. Sometimes you, say for example, sell, do we have any SME business person here? Of course we should. I just need 1 or 2 persons. Anybody? Yeah, what do you do? Okay. You sell spices? Okay, so I'll go after. Yeah. What spice, please, ma'am? Spice.
What type of spice?
Okay, natural hairstylist. Sorry, she's also saying something. Pardon me. Ma'am? Okay, for cooking, right? Okay. Now, say for example, I sell that. I want to look at ways, I don't just wait for a neighbor who is cooking, to come buy from me, which of course they would come. I want to look at ways I reach out to fast food, or restaurants, right? I want to look at, I want to reach out to, for example, Chicken Republic. I want to reach out to, big fast food sellers, right? Now, on this scale, I'm not selling 1, I'm not selling 2. It's a thing where I lock contracts with them, right? This is the quantity you use per month or per day or per week, as the case may be. I supply that quantity to you, right? On supplying to them, of course, I won't mention that. Now, there are some things businesses do, right? Large businesses now, in this case. When they are dealing with some other businesses, there's a way you keep money in your business, right? So, in the course of doing that, they try to negotiate payment terms. I won't mention, elaborately on that now. But yes, some of the things you get is, you look at ways at which, you can sell larger, you can sell more, to a larger space, even without doing so much around selling ones and twos around you. So thank you very much. I want to believe you've all scanned this and created the account. And thank you very much. We await you at Jasper SME Hub. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Okay, my name is Makinde Joseph. I'm the lead on partnership and linkages at NITOP. What we do at NITOB generally, we do innovation, we do pre-incubation for startups, incubation and acceleration programs. So, also, we also do talent upskilling and talent development. So if you're new in tech or you need to upskill your tech skill, we offer various courses, tech courses. My colleague here would tell you more about the courses we offer at NITOB.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm Adenuga Rashida, the Assistant Training Manager at NITOB. So if you are a tech novice, you want to get a skill or probably you want to pursue career in tech, and you don't even know how to go about it, how to start, how to acquire the skill. So we train people. We have series of trainings from UI, UX, IoT and robotics and the like. So if you want to know more about us, our stand is outside there, and reach out to us. Thank you.
Yeah, you can also follow us on LinkedIn. For the entrepreneurs and startups in the house, we'll be starting a Friday pitch session. So if you have a big business, you need funding, you need resources, you can come. The hub is the next building to this place. So you can come pitch your event. Probably you'll be the next unicorn, the next flutter wave, the next money point. Thank you very much.
Let's put our hands together for one of our partners, the rep from UC Microfinance Bank. They're also one of our partners that contributed immensely to making this day possible. Let's put our hands together.
Good afternoon. I'm Obianuju Taiwo. Somebody say ha. I'm from Anambra State, but I'm married to Yoruba, so I've explained. Would you clap for me? Is it not? It's not easy now. Okay, so I'm representing UC MFB. In UC, everybody will know, yes, microfinance bank, but I think most people who understand microfinance bank is all about, they are not professional, but maybe we are a digital microfinance bank. At least you know our mother company is a big company. So in UCMFB, we give loan, we do savings. The type of loan we have SME loan for people doing business. We do private sector for those people working, you need a salary loan, you want to buy something. Then we do public sector for those working with government parasitals. Then we do savings. We have two types of savings. We have Galaxy savings and Marcos savings. So somebody will say, what is the Galaxy savings? In Galaxy savings is a savings where you're saving for, you have two types of Galaxy savings, where your savings, you're making a savings that, there's different types of interest rates. You are just saving and the interest rate is 15%, which is more than what the commercial bank will give you. So those money you are leaving that is lying down in your commercial bank, they won't give you 15%. So, but when you have it, you save it here, you are getting 15% per annum. Don't expect that 15% is what you are getting every month. It's per annum, so you can divide that. Then we have the 20%, you're saving and you lock it. Maybe you want to save as a business, you say, I need to lock this fund. I don't want to have access to the fund. So you are going to be getting the 20% per annum. Then we have the Marcos savings. This savings is, we are the one that is going to deduct the money for you. You say, I want to save for something. You have a project you want to save for. So you are going to put in the timeline you want this money to be taken from you. So we might do it weekly, daily. You can say, I want to be saving 500 naira daily. So we are going to time, it will be taking it from your account. So it's for you to save for a project, instead of you to forget. You already put a timer that, take this money at this particular day, or this particular week, this particular month. That's a Marcos saving, and it has a good interest rate. So you are saving for a certain period of time, but the minimum is 30 days, which is 1 month. You can save for 1 year, you can save for 60 days, you can save for how many days you want it. And I think that's all we have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, UC Microfinance Bank. So they have 5 minutes each to sell their idea to us. So the floor is officially open. So let's make welcome again Elijah Moses.
Hello. Hope you can hear me. If you can hear me, say, I can hear you. Okay, that's nice. Okay, so yeah, my name is Elijah Moses. I'm hearing two people's name. We're just waiting for them to make the presentation slide. So I made a slide for everybody so you can see what I'm trying to say and you can connect with what I'm trying to say. So media, I'm ready when you're ready. Okay, let's just slide. So I'm pleased, while I'll be presenting, what I'm presenting is actually a company that's already active, right? So you can check us out as well and see the things we're doing. You can also check us out on LinkedIn. I believe everybody here is on LinkedIn, right? Either representing yourself or representing your business. And I would tell you the amazing stuff about everything today. I'm here to collect your money. So by the time I'm done presenting, you can actually reach out to me and say, take my money for your business, and I'll receive it. I will not say no. All right, so media, please, let's have this up and running. Or can I just start with my device? Hey, okay, so I'm going to tell a story. I'll tell a story before, before we start. So in 2021, my dad lost his job. And, well, I actually we have 5 at home, so 5 siblings. But 4 of us stay at home, and then I have an elder brother that stays in a different state. And the 4 of us were all in school, in university. And this awesome Bobo, I call my dad Bobo, he lost his job. For some reason, it was quite tough. Believe me, it was quite tough because he also had to take care of certain responsibility for every one of us in school. And I saw everything he had to go through just to try to raise us, and then I decided to make a difference. So in 2022 and 2023, I took up a number of odd jobs. In fact, there's nothing in this world I'm not selling this life to raise money, except human parts, right? And I was able to raise a certain amount of fund, about $4,500, thereabout. And the reason why I had to raise the funds is because nobody actually wanted to give me money for my idea. And every one of you here can relate. When you meet that uncle or that brother or that sister and say, I have this awesome idea, they'll look at you and say, don't worry, God help you, God bless you. We'll pray for you. I saw that as well. But I was able to raise $4,500 doing a number of jobs. At a certain time, I had 10 jobs I was doing. And it had a dawning on my mind to a very great extent. But after raising the money, I used the money to build an MVP. So an MVP is just a minimum representation of that idea, your idea in the most simplest form. What are you trying to say? So I built an MVP out of this idea specifically to address 2 things. A solution that can address unemployment and address underemployment. We have a large number of people who are either in school, who we graduate and face the harsh reality of the fact that there's no job out there, but in reality there's a job. Or you have a large number of people who are in school and who are trying to either build something out of their passion or out of their interest as a business. So this led me to come up with an initiative called Veronex, which is what I'm wearing here, right? So what is Veronex? So Veronex basically is an education technology, job technology platform. Now, education tech means it is a solution that brings learning and a solution that brings earning merged up together so people are able to get access to resources for themselves and for their business and for them to stand out. And we are on the move to basically help people connect with real jobs and help people to create jobs. So we're not just only connecting you to jobs in terms of either internship opportunities, certain volunteering opportunities, or certain key things that can give you an advantage in your career. But we're also very interested, most especially, in helping people to create jobs. And to create jobs, either starting from an idea point into building a product to connect with the market and ultimately to get funding. So there's a way for you to get funded. And I've been privileged to get funded in some of the initiatives I've run in the past. And so far, we have a traction. As I did mention, we're able to raise some funds to build a product. We've been currently serving about 500 customers. We launched officially in December 7th, 2024. So we had a launch. And we are serving about 500 customers at the moment, 500 people who are using our solution, right? Yeah, you can clap better, man. You can clap better, right? And we're very excited, and we're a group of young people. I'm very young, though. Forget the BS. Right. Okay, yes, okay. Okay, so thank you. I just had to tell you guys that from the heart. So, yeah, that's me there, and that's our COO, who is also here, Mr. Boluwatife. So Verinex, connecting you to real jobs and helping you to create jobs. You can go to our website, verinex.com. It's actually live, and check out the things we do. Next slide, please. So, yes, I told you guys about the harsh reality. I know if you here have brothers who they are done with school for over 3 years, 5 years, 2 years, 1 year. They're still looking for jobs. Hands up if you know someone like that. Be sincere with yourself. Or you know a friend who you are even praying for them as a prayer point. You take it to Shiloh, say, God, help this guy. Hands up. Yes, let us be. Thank you very much, and everybody who is sincere. So, to get a job is a job. So, job hunting stress is some of the pain points. Limited number of jobs, some of the pain points. Mismatch between the skills. Some of the things you're learning here cannot be applied in the industry. Some of the major things you learn in school cannot be applied in the industry, and that's why most companies will tell you we employ for skills, not for certificate. That is a problem. Then lastly, there is a big gap in opportunity knowledge. The opportunities are there, but how do you get it? That's the problem. Next slide. So we came up with a solution that can do 4 key things, as I mentioned. The solution actually has an AI-driven tool, so set of tools that can help you define a career path for yourself. And this tool actually helps you to create automatic CV, helps you to run a psychological profiling on yourself. There are certain jobs, some of you here, you can never do well in the job. For instance, if you are highly introverted and you go and take a sales job, it's a problem because in a sales job, especially if you're on the field job, you have to be talking with people. It's not your strength. So there's a need for us to match our strength with respect to the job we are applying for, and our solution provides that. Also, green skill training. So we are also focused on sustainability in a way, creating programs that can help people adopt sustainability in what they do. So we have a waste to wealth initiative we are running. We also have a carbon credit modeling market. You might have heard about carbon credit. There are some things you can do actually, and you make money from that. We also have a solar energy installation and climate finance program, which we plan to actually roll out for people to enable them, of course, become very climate social conscious. Then we have an education data platform to help people see the real impact of what their learning is doing. And lastly, we have skills as a service, where we train people, which I mentioned, either training you to learn how to connect with real jobs or training you to learn how to create real jobs. Next slide, please. So this market is large. By the way, if you're unemployed, you're not alone. So you have hope, right? So currently in Africa, the total available market, 140 million people are unemployed and still counting. In Nigeria alone, 64 million people are unemployed and still counting, and we know most of them. This current market we're looking at addressing, if we're able to capture them, is 20 million. But the current number of people we are launching with is 500,000. Next slide, please. One thing we mentioned in the open content is that unemployment is an open opportunity, not a vice. We just need to create a way in which we can connect those who are unemployed, converting them to real human resource that can solve a problem out there. Next slide, please. So who are our target audience? Look at these guys. By the way, this was a story that happened in 2010. Up to me. In 2010, where over 10,000, where over a stadium capacity that could accommodate 40,000 people had over 100,000 people crowding it. And more than 600 people lost their life looking for federal job. Yes, so that's why you see them there. Our target audience are the graduate, non-formal persons and mid-level professionals, meaning everybody basically that's looking for a job or want to create a job. We are here for you. Next slide. How do we make money? Very simple. Skills as a service, consulting. So currently we have 2 clients we are working with who are paying us money. So we offer consulting as a service between 100,000 to 800,000. So there are organizations who want to solve the same kind of problem, and they come to us and say, how are you doing it? And we'll work with them. We also have skills as a service where we charge people a certain amount of money, 10,000 naira, to learn certain things, and we train them. Subscription fee, if you're using the technology platform itself, we charge you a little amount of money to use our solution. And lastly, we offer training and coaching. Next slide, please. This is the revenue model, which I've basically connects to the previous thing I mentioned. Next slide, please. So our attraction so far, which I've mentioned, equip 20 people to get internship and gig jobs. We launched December 7th. Currently serving 500 people, and we're able to bootstrap 4,500 actually to build our MVP. Next slide, please. Yeah, our USB. So there are a lot of guys who are doing similar stuff in what we are doing. But what makes us different is that we're not just only helping people to connect with real jobs. We also help people to create jobs. So we're merging two models together. Either you're going the route of employability or you're going the route of entrepreneurship. We're here for you. Right? And there are things that set us out. We have an advantage in education data analytics, blended model, creating jobs, helping you to connect with jobs. We are focused on skills and sustainability. And lastly, we are obsessed about our customer pain point. Yes. So everybody here should get a job. Everybody here should build a business. Next slide, please. I'm almost done. Yes. So these are the team. We're not doing it alone. These are the people. We are very inclusive. So it means we have 3 females and some couple of guys. Next slide, and I'm done. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Yeah, we're raising the amount of cash. Thank you.
Let's put our hands together for Elijah. All right, so moving on now to the second. You can have your seats. Let's take the second pitch, and we can now move to our judge. All right. So please, media, let's put up the slide, and let's put our hands together for Ayodele.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a delight to be here. My name is John Ayodele. I am a teacher. I'm not ashamed to be one, proudly so, and I'm a teacher with a difference. Any teacher in the house? Yes, I appreciate you. Round of applause for them. Yeah, if you're not a teacher, you must have passed through the process. At least you should have been on the other side of the table. If you're not a teacher, you should have been what? A student. If you have been a student for once at least. Can I see everybody should raise their hands up? Yes. What's that thing students detest the most in the process of learning? Exams. Why? Some people get sick when exams are on the way. And funny enough, why students see exam as a big deal, very, very big deal, guess what? Not only the students get challenged by it, even the teachers themselves. Teachers in the building can share me a benefit that setting the process of preparing examination is tedious. The process of marking it is tiring. Am I correct? If you are honest with yourself. And that's why we're here to present this solution for schools, for teachers, and also for students. And I'm presenting to you Exam Pally. Exam Pally. Next slide. So, Exam Pally is an AI-powered assessment preparation tool for teachers, for students, and collaboratively for the school system. We'll use AI to prepare a database of assessments over years coupled together to help teachers who are in the system preparing these standardized test questions, instruments for the students to use. Next slide. The challenge, what's the challenge? Some of you may not know. Only teachers here may relate to this. An average teacher spends about 5 hours weekly preparing assessment questions. If you are going to prepare questions for examination, it gets as much as 10 hours per subject. Imagine a teacher teaching an average of 20 periods per week. You know how long that will be. Some teachers teach 4 or 5 periods. They're spending a whole lot of time preparing examination questions. And you don't have time to teach, to interact, to do review, to do tutorials with the students. Why not have a solution to that? How about the students? We are all used to past questions, hard copy past questions. So students have big volume. My current students have big volumes of past questions. JAMB has been going on since 1978. Imagine you are doing 4 subjects. Compilation of hard copy since 1978. How voluminous would that be? They are carrying heavy loads on their back. No, on their back, that shouldn't be. They also struggle to receive personalized feedback. You are in a school, you are getting lessons, you don't know your weak points, you don't know your strong points. There are some questions that you can focus on along the whole curriculum line that a personalized system can always tell you, oh, students, this is the topic that's always making you stumble. Indices and logarithm in mathematics, that is your weak point. Oh, you are very good in whatever topic, elevation and depression. Don't worry about that. For your WAEC examination coming up, the students should get personalized feedback about how their preparation is. Next slide. Next slide, please. So here we are about this solution we're offering to you. It's very, very innovative, very unique. Now, I said from research, an average teacher spends 5 hours preparing assessments per week. With our solution, we'll cut this down to 20 minutes for each work done per week, from 5 hours to 20 minutes. Now, that's very, very innovative. How is it innovative? We're just going to use a drag and drop system. We are going to offer personalized learning to every learner on our system, and also data-driven feedback to our learners. Next slide. So these are features. WAEC, NECO, UTME, past questions, all categorized for easy access and download. So it's not just your usual soft copy of WAEC, it is categorized according to topics, syllabus, individual things that can be used to categorize. So I'm not just treating, for example, I have to be very real, I'm not just treating 2024 English language, no. I can say, tell me about all the lexemes and structures in the last 10 years. And it's going to pull it out with one click of a button. And I can focus on that as a topic. Or I'll say, a biology teacher, pull out all the topics, all the questions on cell in NECO and WAEC over the last 25 years. And with a click of a button, it pulls it out, and I use it to prepare a lesson for my student. That's very, very innovative. And we are going to have a drag and drop system, not just download a whole file without anything, it's easily. And for every question, there's going to be a marking guide allotted to it. Also, metric and intelligence reporting. As students are answering questions, the teacher can also see this is the points this student needs help, needs support, needs further solution. Next slide. So why now? Why now should this be coming up? I shouldn't convince you. I shouldn't struggle to convince you. We were all in Nigeria last year, where UTME results came out. 76% of candidates got less than 200. It was all over news. People were shouting, what is happening? What is going on? Only 1% of candidates got above 300 in UTME in 2024. In 2021, only 21.5% of candidates got above U200. How about teacher burnout? Teachers are getting stressed. Burnout. Average of 32.5% of teachers leave the industry within the first 5 years. Teachers are almost like, why am I a teacher? They have passion for the work, but the work is stressing them out. Why not we reduce the stress? Newsflash, the recent Minister of Education, Dr. Alausa, said by 2027, NECO WAEC should fully go into CBT, computer-based testing. Next slide. So we are actually preparing ahead. Next slide for it. So these are market size. Over 1.2 million candidates every year for UTME. Lagos State has over 5,000 private schools. Statistics are revealed that we are receiving an industry growth of online learning platform of about 17.16%. Next slide, please. Running out of time. These are journey to MVP. We came together in June, just about 7 months ago, and we're already in progress to this. Next slide. So we utilize fund for purchasing our AI models, web development is already in progress, and things like that. Next slide. Next slide, please. And our products versus the competition. Next slide. All right. This is our team of 3 of us working together on this. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
So I noted my judges already making note of 1 or 2 things. But before they are given the opportunity to come up, we have a team with us here that we just must recognize. They are one of our partners. Please join me and make welcome Cloud Plexo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, already I can identify 2 people here with tech-enabled product and company, I would say. So I'd like to know more. Can you just wave your hands if you're building something in tech space and already you are thinking of, where do you want to host it, or how do I go about it, and all those stuff, or thinking about how do I pay for my infrastructure? Yep. That's great. That's great. So can we have a slide up, please? Thank you. So before I go there, I would like to talk about Cloud Pexel, who we are, what we do, and how we do it as well. Cloud Pexel, we are a cloud native company. When I mean cloud native, like I tell everybody, I'll just say that, we live, we breathe, we eat, sleep on the cloud, basically. All right? So everything about us is regarding the cloud. And we actually have a focus, which is AWS. As we all know, AWS is, when it comes to startups, AWS is very, very useful to the startups community. With all the funding and everything that they do and all that, well, AWS is actually the key. They are the forerunner of this infrastructure thing and all that. So we are an advanced tier partner with AWS, and also a global startup partner with them, meaning that AWS supports us to go into community like this to preach the gospel of AWS and talk about how we support them. Cloud Pexel, I said earlier, we're a cloud native company. We're also a startup, so we understand the integrations that startups go through when they're setting up companies. So next slide. We actually started up in 2021. We've got branches. We started out in the UK, and majority of our operations is here in Nigeria. We also have an office in the UK, in Nairobi, Kenya, and we spread our tentacles everywhere, basically, in Africa as well as Europe and America. So this is who we are, and as well, can you go to the next step? So next slide, yes. So I'll more focus on this. So our partnership with AWS, which is the global startup partners of AWS, out of that partnership, we've come up with this, all right, with a service which is known as Cloud Maturity Service, AWS Cloud Maturity Service. And these are the features of this service, right? AWS credit. Cloud Pexel would offer you an onboarding credit for starters if you come on board our Cloud Maturity Service. And as well, we're also leveraging our partnership with AWS to get you more funding in the form of AWS credit. Localized billing. Already we know that, yes, AWS now receives Naira, all right? Bill payments in Naira. That's good. So I think a round of applause for that. All right. So aside from that, I know, yes, you can pay directly to AWS, but we offer something much more to that, in the sense that if you route your payment, your bill payment through Cloud Pexel, we will also be giving you some discounts, all right? So that's that for the bill payment. Cost optimization. We all know we all want to reduce costs, basically, of everything that we do, all right? And in terms of the cloud infrastructure, I know a lot of people, a lot of startups, what we found out in this business, in this industry, is that a lot of startups just think about AWS. Oh, yes, AWS. They can afford it. They go there, spin off services, and at the end of the day, they come out saying, oh, AWS is really expensive. Well, I'm here to tell you that AWS is actually not expensive. It's how well you provision your infrastructure. Let's take, for instance, imagine that you have, okay, let's take this place, for instance. This place is big enough, all right? You now have about 10 7.5 horsepower ACs in here. What do you think is going to happen to all of us here? Thank you. The next thing is what? Aside from dying, the next thing is what? Not really. What else? Think about it. No slow performance. You're paying for something else to power that. Electricity, right? So now think about it. You have that, and you're not leaving running. Let's say everyone left here. You're not leaving running for the next 1 month. You rack up a lot of bills. And that's what happens with AWS. You turn on, you spin up a service, and you leave it running without using. That's an idle resources. And this keeps accruing bills for you. So that's where everyone kept saying, AWS is really expensive, and which is not. All right, we've got experts in-house that can help you with this. So cost optimization is one thing that we do very well here at CloudPlex. So we will help you optimize your infrastructure on a cost level. At the same time, in terms of efficiency, we also do that without neglecting security as well. Monthly payment billing discount, I talked about that already. Then subsidized technical support. I did mention that we are an AWS Advanced Air partner and also a global startup partner with them. So for infrastructure services, we can help you provision your infrastructure. Also, that is where you don't have any existing. Where you have one existing, we can help you look at it and help you re-architect it to your use case. Bringing down your costs, making sure that, yes, it's well optimized in terms of efficiency and security as well, and at a subsidized rate, all right? For startups, most startups get 100% subsidy from AWS. So we do that. That's one of our specialty. We make sure that, yes, we get this subsidy for you at no extra cost at all. Then reduce upskilling cycle. Yes, our team are going to work with your team to make sure that, yes, where you don't have the team, the skills to deploy AWS services, our team will really work with your team to make sure that, yes, everything progresses very well. And yeah, we also have our own online learning platform known as iLearn Cloud, where we would also onboard your team members to learn more about AWS services. We'll give access to them for a couple of months for them to upskill themselves. GenAI, data analytics, and ML integration. I know that's a buzzword right now. All through last year, GenAI, AI. Okay, so I don't want to really ask questions, I'll just go ahead. For GenAI and data analytics, we've got a team in-house. We've got specialists in-house that can help you deploy this. You have an idea, you want to test it out, you want to prove that, okay, you want to validate the concept. Reach out to us, we are there to help you. We can help you deploy GenAI services and also recommend the best approach to that for you as well. This kind of stuff, I think I'm going to skip all this, but I'm going to go and focus more on the infrastructure due diligence. I believe, yeah, Ayodele and Elijah, they're both looking for funds, right? Right? Yes, you get to a product and you're looking for funds. And I know part of what you're going to be submitting to your investors is due diligence report. Yes, we can help you do that. All right. So this is going to be signed off by us and as well as AWS. So you can take it as part of your document to your investors as well. Yeah. So security. This is Wendu. Wendu is one of our products as well, but it's mostly for enterprise. But startups to get it for free when they onboard our cloud maturity service. So these are the features of our cloud maturity service, and yeah, we literally just deploy this. It's more like a plug and play thing to startups. So if you're interested in learning more, you can just reach out to us. I'll be somewhere there sitting, and yeah, I'd like to engage you more. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is just talking about why else, all right? This kind of billing. All right, we get to make sure that, yes, your bills, we get you some discounts, so you don't have to pay 100%. Then we've got a lot of certified professionals in-house that can help you with that. Yeah, then as you can see, we've got partnerships with AWS and as well as certifications. We are really certified on virtually all fronts. So yeah, the rest of this slide is just talking about our customers, our happy customers, and the rest of it. So I'd like to take just one or two questions before I leave the spot. Any questions? Please go ahead, Elijah.
So, thank you very much. All right, so my question actually goes like this, right? So Verinex actually is a subsidiary of a parent company that we actually built out. The parent company is called Xrun. So for us, we build digital solutions, all forms of digital solutions, right? Now, is there an opening for a partnership such that we have clients that come to us that will be solutions for? right? If they come to us, we can actually leverage on your solution. Now, not just that, also, we also offer trainings as well. Would you guys be willing to come on in the aspect of providing knowledge exchange, where you train certain people who want AWS certification? Are these privileges that you, Cloud Plexo, currently offer? If so, let's talk.
Definitely, we are open to partnerships, all right? We are open to partnerships. So, yes, let's talk later. We'll exchange emails and phone numbers as well. Yeah. And my colleague is around there. She's in charge of partnerships. Right. Thanks. Any other question? Well, I want to say thank you to everyone here. And by the way, my name is Ayodele Akintoye.
So at this time, I'm going to give the mic to George, Mr. Ibrahim Ogundeko, to share his comments on the pitches that we had some minutes ago. Let's put our hands together for him.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the team from Veronix. Verion X. Oh, where is the X? Oh, now I see it. Okay. And Exampali, right? Elijah Moses and John Ayodele. Sometimes it's not very easy for you to, convince people whether you're selling something good or something, whether you're selling something sellable, marketable or not. Sometimes some people are very hard to convince. The people that are most difficult to convince, someone who's going to bring money from his pocket, you understand? So pitching sometimes can be a daunting challenge. So let's celebrate these guys for putting together business ideas and coming to sell the ideas. So I have a few comments. I listened very rapidly to your presentations. So usually if you're doing a business pitch, you should be, when we had the small, what would we call it? I think we didn't have lunch. Where we just went outside and we were having a chat. So I was talking to someone and I said to him that I remember when I was doing my MBA in the US, in San Francisco, very close to Silicon Valley. So everybody is pitching. Everybody pitches like we pitch up and down. So I was saying to him that you got to know your business. You have to know your market. So your market, on one hand, a market is very complex. So you have to know what the actual market size is, but you have to clearly define your addressable market, which I think that, and I'm sure that you would appreciate to get very candid feedback, which I think that Elijah Moses did, because I took the numbers down, because as a potential investor, I want to know your market size, and I want to know which one you want to address, because you cannot start from all of the market. So I think that, John, you have to be very clear with that. I think the numbers you put there are just like maybe I think 1.9 million, the number of people doing jam, and those are potential customers, but is that the market you want to address? That could be the number for the whole Nigeria. Do you want to start from Lagos, that kind of thing? That's your addressable market size, very important. Also, I need to, a number of times we want to understand, not a number of times, all the time, you want to start a business. So, oh, fantastic, you have a business that you already started. Is it a blue ocean idea or red ocean idea? So blue ocean idea, a blue ocean market is basically a market that, you are creating new demand, you are creating a new market. A red ocean market, which is what we're all familiar with, is a market where you have everybody, you have competitors here and there. Most business ideas are red ocean ideas. So competitor analysis is very important. So when you are doing your pitch, at least I need to be able to know that, okay, there are 1, 2, 3 businesses that, offering these services, and they are doing it to this scale. And at that point, you quickly let me know what are your USPs, what is your differentiation. That's what sets you. So I need, because these are the things that, the investor is thinking, because you're telling me to come and invest in a business that other people are doing. am I sure that you will be able to? I'm very, and the investor is thinking, is genuinely thinking that, am I sure that if I give my money, maybe the competition is too much, you might not be able to survive. So let us know your differentiation. Now, it's very important to clearly communicate your digital strategies, right? And I think that because your business for John is how old now? Yeah, yes, 7 months, right? And your business says about 5 years, or how many? 2 years. Okay. So as usually you should do this at the beginning of your business, but as you grow also, right now I need to be able to see the, I need to have clarity on your digital footprint. What digital channels do you have? Do you have a website? Can I see the, do you have an MVP, you know, for what, so are you building an app or like a website? Can we see a demo? You know, that kind of thing. Because you were doing a presentation, I would have at least loved to, you know, just see the user interface, you understand, to see how interesting it looks. Now, also, I need you to be able to communicate. 7 months at least is some time. You have done business with 1 or 2 persons, so you should clearly communicate your customer, existing customer database, which I think you said, that's Elijah, you said that you are, you have about 500 people. So I need to be able to know how many, you know, like, so I can be able to project that in my mind that if within 2 years you already have 500 people, okay, maybe in 5 years you should be able to reach this number of people. Because the algorithm going on in my brain as an investor, I'm calculating if maybe 200,000 naira can be made in 1 year, it means 1 million can be made in 5 years, that kind of thing. And you are asking me to give you 10 million naira, because I'm jumping to your last slide, which is Elijah Moses. You had said that your ask is, it was 10 million, right? And for 10% equity. You know, so I need to also, sometimes equity is good, and whatever your reason for having to give equity, fantastic. So, but when you are doing your pitch, you should also communicate your ROI, you know, the return on the investment. That if someone has money, why should he not put his money in piggy vest or in the bank or some investment that we already know that, okay, if you put, and you know that all these places where people invest, they tell us, put it for this period, you have this interest and all of that. Generally, that's what your business is. If you are telling an investor to come and put his money in your, so he's thinking, he's tabulating. Do you understand? And there are ways to calculate return on investment. You need to sit that out and do that. Also, you need to clearly highlight your sources of fund. So I'm running a business, and you did very well on that. You had said that your sources of funds are consulting as a service, skill as a service, training, subscription. So when you are doing a business, and both of your businesses are edutech related, right? So fantastic, by the way. The industry that you are, if you remember during the panel session, I had asked a question to the panelists that, are there industries like that you are interested in, you know, that you want SMS to? So generally what people are doing these days, they are integrating tech. You know, there's fintech, edutech, like what you are doing, there's telemedicine and so on. So amazing industry, right? So I just think that you need to be able to outline, and this is standard, you must be able to say that our primary core services are this, or is this. But we now have these other services. If people subscribe to our platform, because I need to also make sure that I need to be able to see that there is a way that your business is also bringing, you know, returns. So, and this is an additional take home for you. I asked this question during the panel session about financials. If you are not able to do it, I think you should get the service of a finance person that really knows how to, you know, you need to prepare your accounts, your projected account statements, you know, your projected balance sheet, and, you know, for 3 years, usually it's 3 years, where all the you can see income, revenue, you can see all the, you see everything, every cost center. You understand? You must be able to do that. When you do that calculation, and this is usually what they make us do in business school, when you are doing a capstone project or you are pitching an idea, you will prepare, your personal income statement, and all the numbers are very clear to you. So I think you guys should work on that. Finally, and because financials is very important, and if you're doing a pitch, I would recommend that your first slide should be numbers. Try to make it very graphical. For example, and you guys, people are very good. I'm sure you guys are very good with, designs and all of that. So just put like 5 years. 2 years. So 2 years shows that we've been in business for 2 years. 500 people. Then 100,000 people. What's 100,000 people? That's what we plan to grow to in 5 years. Funding that you already have, maybe $4,500. But funding that we're looking for, $10 million, ROI, 15%. You most likely will lose your investor or the venture capitalist after like maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes, 5 minutes. So let him see, that's like your executive summary. Let him, or your abstract in a project. Let him see, and then you can start explaining all of it. So I wish you guys all the best. Also, please let your vision and mission be very clear. We cannot overflow that. Vision. Vision is where you are going to. Mission is how we want to get there. So you have to clearly identify how we want to get there. Might be some of these other services that we want to render, but ultimately this is where we are going to. I think this is all that I've noted. A few others, but I think those are the most important things. So what SME Fest will be doing for you is giving you visibility, which already you have, and someone is already, Elijah is already pitched this business. I said, let's connect, with the people who presented. So giving you visibility, and I think there are some people watching us online. Yes, so, and also, yes, and it will be posted on the channel. So I think that, and after this session, you would be, your businesses will be onboarded to an accelerator program, right? Which one of the panelists talked about. She was talking about mentorship, the importance of having, mentors, and, there's a level of mentorship that you get, and then your mentors feel that, oh, these guys are ready for that. It's 10 million naira looking for, but these guys are ready for that $10 million, you understand? So I think that after this time out, they'll communicate to you and let you know how to go about it. So please implement some of these feedbacks, and the sky is the starting point. Thank you all, and I wish you all the best.
That was so beautiful. Thank you so much for all the learning points. Yes, let's put hands together for our pictures. Thank you, my amazing audience. Thank you for waiting till this time. To close up this event, we're going to be watching a video from our host himself.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Emmanuel, CEO at Jasper. I'm super excited to have you join us at the SMEFest2025. I'm unable to join you physically this time around, but I'm super excited that you're finding the sessions really insightful. I've been inspired by the earlier sessions just before mine, and I want to thank all our speakers and panelists for doing justice to the theme of this year's event. I also want to thank our sponsors, United Capital Group, for their support throughout the course of these projects. Thank you so much to our keynote speaker also. I'll be speaking to you very quickly about the African competitive advantage. And that's simply because of what we bring to the table within the global economy as Africans. I'm privileged to have worked and run a couple of businesses in Nigeria and in the diaspora, and I can tell that Africans have a different level of playbook when it comes to running and scaling business. Like we'd always say, particularly for those of us who are Nigerians, Nigerians have tenacity, grit, resilience, and that has been one differentiating factor between an African founder and many other founders. Now, I'm going to be speaking to you about a couple of things, including how building confidence as a founder is very important. Just like the keynote speaker mentioned, there has to be a paradigm shift in the way Africans and African SMEs particularly consider themselves. Remember that last year we spoke about building to scale, and in the session we had during the SMEFest 2024, we spoke about the need for African SME founders to build with the long term in view. I'll also speak to you very quickly about what we do at Jasper and how you can be a part of these 2025 initiatives, which you really must be a part of, and a few takeaways. Now, in one moment, one of the things that differentiates successful founders, successful SME entrepreneurs from many others is the confidence they bring to what they do. It's great to have a lot of skill and competence. It's great to have access to funding and capital, but the confidence you have around what you can do, around the fact that you're not limited by the resources or by the economy, is a differentiating factor around whether your product or your service or your business will go global. I say this all the time, that as an SME founder, ensure you do not think like an SME. You should begin to think like a multinational, a large corporate. You should begin to think like a unicorn, and consequently take decisions that would help your business scale very fast. So my first point around our conversation today is you need to build, you need to run your business with a lot of confidence, because lots of other economies, a lot of other sectors, a lot of other markets consider Africa's market as fast-growing with a lot of opportunities. So it is important for you in the same vein to think about how much you can contribute to the national and global GDP. This also informed why we chose the theme towards $1 trillion SME economy, because we believe that SMEs contribute very significantly to building $1 trillion economy, right? Like the keynote speaker had mentioned, SMEs account for about 50% of the GDP of Nigeria, and indeed supports about 96% of operating businesses. So from the young lady who sells on Instagram to the small shop by the side of the road, you all are contributing about half of Nigeria's GDP and account for over 96% of businesses that are operating in Nigeria. So there is a lot to bring to the table, and this mindset will shape how you run your business and how you take up your operations, consider who should be your co-founder, and begin to scale beyond your local environment to the international environment. Now, there are a few things that stand out for African founders. Number one is resilience, and I've seen this a whole lot around the world, right? African SMEs, founders do not take a no for an answer. There is always the belief that there is an opportunity somewhere and they can scale. Recently, I was speaking to a couple of colleagues, and they mentioned how you would find Nigerians in every part of the world. In the southern part of Africa, in the eastern part of Africa, you go to Brazil, Australia, in the UK, everywhere, Nigerians are thriving. And yes, while it may seem as though there are a crop of Nigerians who paint us bad, but the majority of Africans in these countries, particularly African SME owners and founders, are doing great job of the resilience they have. So if you're an SME founder in this conference, there is a lot you bring to the table, and this comes by understanding resilience, consistency, excellent execution, right? It is important to also note that because we have an expanding youth demographic, there is a lot of innovation that young people bring to the table, which would in turn contribute to the GDP of Nigeria, of Africa, and the world at large. I've seen also young founders and SME founders have an obsession for making impact. And this does not necessarily have to do with making very huge profit at the start, but making key impacts. For the businesses we support at JASPAM, I've seen also tens and hundreds of business owners who are developing solutions to help others get better at their operations, reduce food crises, reduce carbon emission, and do so many important things. So this is indeed a competitive advantage that we bring to the table. Of course, there is a lot of potential within the market. Many other markets have almost saturated or almost climaxing economies, right? So the growth is not as steep. But for Africa, there are so many opportunities that we can harness and we can create for ourselves. Okay? Of course, we always need to maintain great posture when we find ourselves within the larger community, tell our stories better, and ensure we control the narrative. All right. Now, I'll speak to us very quickly about what we do at JASPAM, and we can progress around how you can be a part of this also. At JASPAM, we are very committed to supporting the growth of small and medium enterprises within and beyond Nigeria. We've done this over the last couple of years with supporting businesses scale. We are committed to boosting Africa's SME GDP by our programs, by our products and partnership, just as we mentioned during the opening presentation. Now, we also have developed a number of initiatives within the hub to see that businesses, particularly SMEs, understand certain concepts. For example, business continuity. A lot of times people do not talk about business continuity for SMEs, do not talk about cybersecurity for SMEs, talk about risk for SMEs. And maybe what most people are concerned about is building solutions for SMEs. We are concerned about all this and also very concerned about helping SMEs build themselves. So helping SMEs grow and access solutions and tools that would make them scale. Over the last 3 years, we've supported businesses in Nigeria, in other parts of Africa, in the UK and the US. In 2024, we held our first conference, mini conference in the UK, and we have sustained the SMEFest over the last 3 years. We've supported thousands of businesses across our networks. We've had a very collaborative meetings. We've had several collaborative meetings in person, working with different partners and organizations, just to ensure that SMEs develop themselves. SMEs transform from being just small and medium enterprises to becoming businesses that would impact not just their local environment, but a global audience. All right? So, what are our offerings? I like to describe what we do at JASPA in 3 simple ways. We provide the right products to SMEs. We host the right programs to help SMEs grow. And we also connect SMEs with the right partners. So think about this in this form. The 3 P pillars of JASPA are give the right products, host the right programs, and connect SMEs to the right partners to help them scale. One of the products I'll be speaking about today, and my colleague at the location, is how SMEs can access bookkeeping services, invoicing, vendor management, using a product we'll be introducing at the hub, of course in collaboration with a provider. If you are a small business owner, there is so much you can do to access our trainings, our conversations, and stay informed about how to help you grow, which is what we do at JASPAM SME Hub. All right. I'm just going to move very quickly to the benefits you have as a member of the Jasper SME community, right? Conversations on how to help you grow, access to funding and funding partners like we have today at our event, right? Access to a number of solutions to help you access global payments through our payment partners, and then also give you the right understanding about how to access funding and capital. Next, I was speaking to you about our products, which we're happy to be introducing to the community today. It's still in the building, right? It's still being developed, but it is one step towards our initiative of providing an ERP solution for SMEs. The Jasper ERP solution for SMEs is going to be a game changer for small and medium enterprises. Just as I mentioned, a lot of times small business owners are not considered in building enterprise resource planning systems to help them manage their bookkeeping needs, to help them manage vendor management, to help them manage invoicing, etc. What we are building is such that small, medium enterprises across different sectors, whether you're in the e-commerce space, you're into fashion, into food, into entertainment, etc., you are able to manage all your operations in one space. And why is this different from others? We understand SMEs very closely. We've worked with SMEs over a number of years, right? And we've built a community where we understand the exact pain points of SMEs. So I encourage you to work with our team on ground to sign up on this platform and access our free solution. Of course, after a while, you're able to make payments to use the extensive services this provides. But for a start, sign up and enable, experience how Jasper would help you grow your business, manage your operations, and get better at what gives you and gives your audience value. So once again, this year is going to be a great year for us in terms of what we plan to do. For the ecosystem, we'll be having a number of events, roadshows, in so many ways to bring SMEs together and help them access solutions that would grant them opportunity to scale, to access funding, and to get better at providing support to a global audience. Thank you once again for being a part of the SME Fest. If you have not joined our community, I encourage you to join the Jasper SME community. There are several of my colleagues around who can help you and onboard you. And at the end of 2025, we hope you would have moved from the level you are right now to becoming a major player within the niche you support. Thank you once again.
Okay, so to close this up, we're going to take the final presentation, and that will be taken by Walt Ward.
Good evening, everyone. So I won't take much of your time. I'll be as brief as possible. So I'll be talking briefly around Jasper solution in collaboration with Wealth World, right? So Wealth World is an ERP solution that will help small businesses to be able to, plan their businesses better. And, one of our speakers today, Barbara, talked about, not using Excel to just organize your business. You need more effective solutions, right? Such as the ERP solution from Wealth World. So what does this do? Basically, there are about 5 models, right? We have the customer relationship management model. We have the inventory model. We have the sales and invoicing model. I won't be going through each of them because of our time, but as many of you that register for the event, you get this slide. right? So we have the expense management model and as well as the purchase order management model. So those are the 5 different models we have on that platform. So if you want to visit the platform, you simply go to www.wealthworld. I don't know if you can be projected. So there's a QR code which you can scan now, and you can visit the sites. If you go to www.wealthworldsolutions.com, you'll be able to access the site. And when you access the site, you would see the button where you can, request ERP. There's a button there, request ERP. That will be the 3rd one. No, the 3rd, yes. The 3rd, the next one. You need to refresh the page. Yeah, so there's a code I will call right now. So that is the retailer code, right? Normally, the free trial is for 1 month. But for all attendees for this event, for all who registered, you get 3 months free access. And that's courtesy of Jasper SME Hub. So please write this code down, 5622008. That's small letter A. 56220 small letter A. So if you click on request ERP, or you can scroll down, you'll see that. If you scroll down, you should see so you'll see this form, fill this form. Then at that point where you have reseller code, right? That point where you have reseller code, simply put in that code. So with that, you have 3 months free trial. And after that, you only pay just 2K. That's 2,000 Naira per month. So that's really affordable. So that's all I want to present to you. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Jasper for offering us 3 months free. All right, my wonderful audience, it's been an amazing time today. Thank you for those that were with us from the very start to this point. We've gotten a lot of insights, and we want to act on it. We want to go into our world and indeed reach the mark and even exceed the mark of $1 trillion SME economy. And we are capable. Are we not capable? Some people are not certain. They still need some extra push. Are we not capable? We are capable. And this year, 2025, we're going to achieve resounding results. And I'm looking out for you. I'm looking out for myself also. So I want to say thank you. It's been a great time being your host. My name, once again, is Mary Atonda. All right. Enjoy the rest of your day.